episode of Surviving the Survivor, we bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
And what's up, STS Nation, and welcome to live coverage and analysis of the Michelle Troconis trial. Of course, this is Surviving the Survivor, the podcast that promises to bring you the very best guests in all of true crime. It feels like I was just talking to you, and here we are back at 9:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This trial is 5 years in the making, and the reason we sort of adjusted the start time, if you noticed this morning, it was originally set for 9:45 a.m., and then I moved it to 9:10 a.m. and then 9:15 a.m. because I kept getting word that opening statements were going to begin earlier. We are watching the pool camera, which is being brought to us through Law and Crime. They are the pool camera of record for this trial, and it has not begun, and it probably will not begin till 10 a.m. This morning, but I wanted to hop on and say hello. We are going to take opening statements in its entirety, and at 9:45 a.m., Jonna Spilbor, who was on the case last night with us, she will be here to give us sort of the coverage and analysis that Tim Jansen had been giving us during the Charlie Adelson trial. For those who do not know, all eyes are going to be on this Stamford, Connecticut courtroom this week. Obviously today, as Michelle Troconis, she is one of two people still facing charges in this horrific disappearance, which was declared a murder by a judge. She's one of the two remaining defendants in this case. The other one happens to be Fotis Dulos' former attorney and friend, which is sort of odd. You can see there the COE just put up the thumbnail. So, like I said, it's been almost 5 years since Jennifer Farber Dulos, who was a writer and a mother of five, vanished, which happened back on May 24th, 2019. It was going on during a bitter divorce and custody battle with her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos. And Michelle Troconis was the live-in girlfriend of Fotis Dulos at the time. Fotis Dulos went on to be arrested, and he was facing trial in 2020, and he was supposed to be in court one morning, and instead connected a hose into his car in his Stamford, New Canaan, Connecticut home, and committed suicide. He killed himself, and obviously now, because of that, is out of the picture. Jennifer Dulos' body, as I said, has never been recovered. Just in October, this past October, the judge ruled or declared that Jennifer Dulos is in fact no longer with us, that she is dead. So judge has declared her dead, so the family can move on with estate issues and things of that nature. Of course, that leaves the five young kids without any parents. The father kills himself. The mother is presumably murdered by the ex-husband, and now five young, and they are young kids, are living with the grandmother, Jennifer's mother, somewhere in New York State. So obviously our, thoughts, wishes, prayers, whatever you do are with the children. They're going to have the most difficult time with this. The judge presiding today, his name is Kevin Randolph. Michelle Troconis' attorney is a man named John Schoenhorn, and he's been, filing tons of motions, trying to suppress evidence, cell phone evidence, things of that nature, even trying to get a change of venue, which has been unsuccessful. And then you have the prosecutor. In this case, it is Stamford Supervisory State Attorney Michelle Manning. So she's one of the top state attorneys out of Stamford, Connecticut. Michelle Manning. She will be delivering opening statements for the state. The reason that this is happening on a Thursday and not Monday, which is typical with trials, is because jury selection actually happened back in October, the same time that Jennifer Dulos was declared dead by the judge. So jury selection happened back in October, and unlike typical trials in this case, and one of the things that the defense, um, was opposing to was the fact that there are 12 jurors, but only 6 regular juries and then 6 alternate jurors. Of those alternate jurors, 4 already dropped out, and that's why there was a delay this week. So they had to kind of reconfigure everything. They brought on, I believe, 3 more jurors. So I think at this point, there are 11 jurors. I don't know that there's a full panel of 12 jurors. If someone in STS Nation knows that, please let me know. But as of right now, the way I understand it, there's 6 regular jurors and 5 alternates. They might obviously be filling that alternate seat as well to get it up and route it out to the 12. But the defense attorney, John Schoenhorn, he made the argument that it is unconstitutional. And we spoke to some defense attorneys who say it is highly unusual in a criminal case of this nature, with a conspiracy to commit murder charge, that it would just be a jury of 6 peers and not 12 peers who are regular jurors as opposed to regulars and alternates. But again, on this case, there will be 6 regular jurors and 6 alternates. The trial, incredibly, starting today with opening statements on January 11th, is supposed to last until March. And that's because there's somewhere between 100 and 150 witnesses on the state's list. That's an incredible amount of witnesses. To put it in perspective, Charlie Adelson's trial, which we just covered, lasted only about 8 days, if I'm correct. I believe they had about 50 or 60 witnesses. This is double the amount of that, and it could be triple the amount of that. So it is going to be a long haul here. That was another reason they were having trouble getting jurors in. Again, in just about 20 minutes or so, we're going to be joined by Jonna Spilbor, and opening statements are supposed to start. Again, there was some confusion. Some said it was going to be at 9 on the dot, then others at 9:15, which is why we began at 9:15, but it still has not started. I'm going to put up this thumbnail right over here, the one you're looking at, and STS, feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and I'm going to come back to you as soon as we see some movement in the courtroom, and then we will have the opening statements for you. I will check back in periodically, but stay tuned, and thank you to Tina for becoming a YouTube member. We'll get cracking in just a few minutes. Another quick programming note, by the way, while I have you, at 5 p.m. Eastern today, we've got Scott Duffy, former FBI agent. We've got Doug McGregor, the geo profiler out of Canada. And we've got Tim Papa, who does all kinds of behavioral work. He was with the FBI. He now has a YouTube channel. And all 3 of these guys have volunteered their personal time in the Rachel Morin murder. She is the mother of 5 out of Bel Air, Maryland, who went missing on the Ma and Pa Trail, was found bludgeoned to death. And her murder happened back on, I think it was August 5th. Now, 5 months later, the perpetrator, the murderer, still has not been caught. And these guys are lending their own expertise to try to catch him. So that's going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Until then, I'll keep this thumbnail up for you. I'll periodically check back in. And once court gets in session and opening statements are underway, we will bring it to you live. Stick around, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. This is the COE. I just wanted to check in. Joel is around, and we are going to be getting started shortly. It is 9:40 here on the East Coast, but the trial is not expected to begin until 10 a.m. So if you're just joining us, you should not be hearing or seeing anything yet. We are going to be getting started shortly. Just give us a few minutes and bear with us. We wanted to start early so that if you guys wanted to participate in chat or catch up, you could. We are going to be putting up some paperwork that Frankie Figs, one of our amazing mods, got for us. We are going to be explaining it later, but for now, I'm just going to put it up so that those of you that are here early can review it and can look at it. And again, once we have the trial feed actually starting, we will pull all of that up. We are on standby here, so just bear with us as some of us are doing some things behind the scenes. And yeah, thank you to everyone. Please remember to hit the like button. If you need anything, we are available in the chat. Thank you so much. And for those asking, the paperwork that is up here was sent to us by Frankie Fig. So we do want to give her a shout out. And this is the arrest warrant for Fotis Dulo. Fotis Dulos. That's the ex-husband of Jennifer Dulos, who disappeared and was eventually called deceased or murdered by the court. But I just want to share this paperwork. I am going to be scrolling through it for those that are just joining us. We have not started the trial yet, so please stand by with us. You can review this, and what's important about this is even though Fotis is now dead because he killed himself, it still shows that there was sufficient evidence, which is why this is clearly very important paperwork. So I am going to be scrolling through this. Take a moment to look at it yourself, and eventually we'll have Joel pop up on the screen once we're ready to start trial. We're about 17 minutes away. Thank you so much, everyone.
up, STS Nation? We are about 15 minutes out, and we are now going to be joined by Jonna Spilbor. I'm going to bring her on to the set. There she goes. Jonna, how are you?
Long time no see.
Long
I'm
time
good.
no
Thanks for this morning.
100%. For those who do not know, Jonna Spilbor is a fierce defense attorney, both popular and outspoken. She's also a columnist and a legal analyst, appearing regularly on Fox News Channel and the Fox Business Network and other television networks. She's also, while she has a face for TV, she's on radio, New York, Hudson's Valley, WPDH 101.5. She does it all, and she's going to join us here. So, Jonna, thanks again for being here. I know you're doing double duty from last night, and whenever you have to bounce off, you just let us know and you bounce off. But right here, Lindsay Shea, Jonna is a badass. That is true. So I was doing some more research into this. Opening statements are set to get underway in just about 14 minutes time. And we've had, I was telling STS Nation, Tim Jansen, a criminal defense attorney out of Tallahassee, kind of walked us through much of the Charlie Adelson trial that we just covered. So Jonna will fill in the gaps. Obviously, she knows a hell of a lot more than me. Wow, this is not related to anything, but it is minus 33 in Alberta, Canada. And as if that was not bad enough, it feels like minus 43. I just got back from Canada, so I'm glad that it wasn't minus 43 when I was there. However, in Stamford, Connecticut, it is probably a much more mild day, but it might not be for Michelle Troconis. She, of course, is the defendant in this case, and it is time for opening statements in just about 13 minutes' time. Quick background here. The trial judge is going to be a person named Kevin A. Randolph. Michelle Troconis' defense attorney, John Schoenhorn. These are the key players. And then you've got the state prosecutor. It is Stamford Supervisory State Attorney, Michelle Manning. And she will be delivering opening remarks, opening statements for the state. So, Jonna, just looking back through all this stuff, Fotis Dulos, who is the ex-husband, the estranged husband of Jennifer Farber Dulos, he's the one that police say basically caught her by surprise in her home and murdered her. The body was never discovered, but a judge declared Jennifer Farber Dulos dead back in October. Fotis Dulos, the estranged husband, denied involvement. He even did a TV interview. And by the way, at least one of those was done with Fox News' Laura Ingle, who's a friend of mine and a friend of the show. And we're trying to get her to come on Monday night to talk about that interview that she had done with Fotis Dulos to see what she gleaned from it. But Jonna, what are you expecting this morning as these opening statements are set to take place?
So I think the prosecution is really going to try to, or maybe even needs to, have a trial within a trial. Because look, I know for some people this might seem like an open and shut case, but it's not open and shut as to Michelle Troconis. Look, we know that Fotis Dulos, he had a motive apparently to want to harm his estranged wife. They were going through a very bitter divorce and custody battle. That brings out the worst in people. We know this historically. He also killed himself, which could be taken as indicia of guilt, right? He didn't want to face the music. He didn't want to end up in prison for the rest of his life. So he took his own life before any of that can happen, leaving his 5 children completely parentless. But without ever finding her body, without ever truly knowing, Joel, whether this was murder, manslaughter, self-defense, accident, like the sky is the limit in terms of what the defense is going to try to put forth. That's going to be tough because the prosecution first needs to prove that there was an actual murder before they can prove that this defendant, Michelle Troconis, conspired to commit that murder. That's going to be tricky. And if she's got a solid defense team, they're going to try to keep this prosecution on a real straight and narrow and remind the jury that Fotis Dulos is not the one on trial here. Michelle Troconis is.
Excellent point. Sometimes that gets conflated. Rosemary Romero here. Did everyone watch Fotis make a public statement after Jennifer disappeared? He never mentioned Jennifer, only his kids. That was odd, question mark. No mention of Jennifer's welfare. Like you just said, this is a trial regarding Michelle Troconis, but will this sort of information, even clips of an interview that he did, are they potentially admissible as evidence in this trial?
Yeah, I think so. And this defense team did try to keep out some of her statements. That was unsuccessful. They did manage in a suppression hearing earlier in the week to suppress any information that was on Michelle Troconis's cell phone, which was seized without a warrant, and they won that. And to me, that could have a lot of information in it that will not see the light of day in front of this jury. And there's going to be a ton of not a ton. There's going to be some physical evidence, which includes the victim's blood. She has been declared dead. But again, that alone does not tell us or prove beyond a reasonable doubt how she met her fate, which is why this case to me is really going to be fascinating to see how much this judge is going to allow the prosecution to try Fotis Dulos in this case. It's really going to be interesting to see.
I agree. And in doing some further research, so besides this TV interview, this is the Fotis part, and then I'll get into Michelle Troconis. At one point, the defense hinted that they were going to use the so-called Gone Girl defense. In other words, that Jennifer Dulos, disappeared on her own and then framed Fotis Dulos for the murder. He also, by the way, ended up committing suicide, and he left the suicide note maintaining his innocence. How do you think, John, a Gone Girl defense would have gone that Jennifer framed him for the murder and just took off, leaving 5 children? That seems a little preposterous to me.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that any attorney would even float that theory. Like, even if that was going to be your theory of defense, shut up about it, because until you really know what's going on, because it really is embarrassing. This mother of 5 was not going to do that. And, oh, by the way, the fact that there is blood evidence, Jennifer's blood evidence, kind of throws that theory completely out of the water. So that's just a no. That's a no from me, Joel.
Yeah, that is, we just did the Charlie Adelson trial, and the defense theory was that he was extorted by a bunch of Latin King gang members who were taking money on a layaway plan, and it didn't go over too well in a murder for hire plot. So to Michelle Troconis here and kind of the day of the disappearance, we see there's been the surveillance video that the state has put out quite frequently. The day of the murder, which I believe it was May 24th, 2019, Fotis Dulos is captured on all these surveillance cameras around Hartford, Connecticut, dropping off bags. Police said that he was discarding evidence throughout the city of Hartford, but that he was doing it with Michelle Troconis's help. They described finding a garbage bin containing a Vineyard Vines T-shirt. That was her shirt with her blood on it. Now, John Schoenhorn, who's tried several different attempts at explaining this away, at one point he said, this is the defense attorney for Michelle Troconis, he said, how do you know it's her? But it's pretty obvious that it is. But, it's always kind of grainy surveillance video. But the other attempt that he tried was to say that she was just a bystander, that she was literally just a passenger in the vehicle. That seems, if I'm going to believe one or the other, that's more likely. But the fact that there was different, kind of accounts of this story about why she was there, that already makes me suspicious. Will it make a jury suspicious?
It's interesting because from a defense perspective, when it comes to this particular issue, you got to pick a lane. Like, I know a lot of defense attorneys will throw it all up against the wall to see what sticks. And sometimes that's appropriate, but you can't really have it both ways in this case. So you either have to say, look, it wasn't her, and I'm going to leave it up to you, jury, to decide, if the person with the brown shoulder length hair could have been anybody, or are you going to say, listen, the fact that she was riding shotgun when her boyfriend was discarding evidence in no way connects her to either the conspiracy or to the murder itself. She could have been. I mean, that is plausible. She could have been sitting there and, saying, where are we going? Oh, we're going to get coffee. But before we get coffee, I need to make 30 stops and discard of these 30 bags of garbage. And or she could have been sitting there and he could have said, I just killed my wife. And she could have been, oh my God, I'm too afraid to move. I'm just going to sit here. I don't know what to do. That's going to be a turning point, I think, in this case. Is she going to sit there like a potted plant, not testify, and turn this into, or allow this to be a strict, reasonable doubt case? Or is she going to have some sort of affirmative defense in that I was there, I was not an accessory after the fact, I was scared to death to defy him, he just killed his wife, he was abusive to me too, and I had no choice but to sit there as a passenger, and that's what I did. That's going to be interesting, again, to find out which way this case is going to turn.
And talking or speaking about being interesting, the police say there was a so-called alibi script. They found an actual, what they term a script, which was an alibi for Michelle Troconis the day of the murder. It was that she went to clean Fotis Dulos's property to help him clean. Then they grabbed coffee. Then she was that he said that when he was on the way, he was dumping trash bags. Didn't talk about what the contents of those trash bags. Michelle Troconis said she had no idea what was in the bags. Video shows her, as we just said, discarding of all that. But then her story starts to change because there's a couple of different interviews, at least 3 or 4 interviews. And I'm just looking here in my notes. So the second interview, this whole alibi script starts to fall apart and waver. During her second police interview, Troconis allegedly says, and I quote here, "He was there when we woke up. He was in the house." That's after police prodded her by telling her that they had evidence that he was not there that morning. She responded, okay, and sort of backs off and admits that he wasn't there. So she's going back and forth, and as police are presenting evidence, her story is changing. I assume this part is going to be very detrimental for her when the jurors hear this.
Well, it will definitely go to her credibility, which won't matter as much unless she takes the stand. But I got to tell you, and this is what a lot of people don't get. You have a right to remain silent. Take it always. The fact that there are 2 or 3 defense interviews with her attorney sitting next to her, to me, is absolutely ridiculous. She should not have been speaking when she was a suspect in this case. Not at all. Not without a deal on the table. And clearly there was not one, or we would not be having this trial today. But I do want to mention something that's interesting, because I thought about this, Joel. We had talked about it last night. And of course, I stayed up all night thinking about the interview. The note that the prosecution is claiming is like an alibi note. What that could be, and we may find this out, sometimes when a client comes to an attorney and it's a case like this, it could be a criminal case, it could be a civil case, where things need to be remembered. An attorney will say to the client, write it down so that you don't forget, write it down and everything that you did that day. And that's not manipulating evidence. That's trying to assist a client in refreshing his or her recollection. Now, my question is, how the heck did the police get their hands on this note? Like, for example, did her defense attorney go, here's what my client did that day, which again would be incompetent, or was it found among some stuff? And if it was done with the help of her attorney, is it privileged and should not be entered into evidence anyways? These are the legal questions that I have. And again, we might find this out as this case rolls along, but that's yet to be determined.
And you can tell John is an absolute pro because she could see the video. And right now on the screen, it looks like the state seal of, or the seal for the court is up. This is in Stamford, Connecticut, criminal court in Stamford, Connecticut. Momo Shark, how long is the trial expected to last? Today is January 11th, and they're saying this trial could go into March. So a long time is the short answer. But clearly, we are getting closer to the start of opening statements in this case. As soon as the audio kicks in, both Jonna and I will listen in. And listen, Jonna is doing this out of the goodness and kindness of her heart, and she's a practicing attorney and has a whole other life. So, as you know, she's going to stick around as long as she can, and then I will take the reins. But we're glad to have her here to sort of fill in, some of the blanks and some of the holes as we go. In the third interview, John, and we're keeping an eye on this video, of course, this stream coming out of the Stamford criminal courthouse. But in the third interview, Michelle Troconis finally admits, hey, I was not 100% truthful. There was a claim by her that she and Fotis Dulos had sex the morning of the disappearance. Now she tells police that they did not have sex the morning in question, and that she didn't even see him until later that day when the two had lunch together. Other incidents of apparent dishonesty leading to eventual clarity allegedly include shifting stories about the location of Fotis Dulos' cell phone on that morning, whether and when Fotis Dulos had been in quote unquote a business meeting with Mawini, that is the former friend and attorney who is also co-conspirator, listed as a co-conspirator in this case. So everything shifted, including she changed her story about what he was wearing that day, once describing a polo shirt and then saying it was a collared button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. So again, tons of inconsistencies here. I'm not an attorney and I'm not a prosecutor, but I assume that they're going to literally, the state will outline point by point. She said this, then she said this, she said that, then she said this. An innocent person gets it right the first time.
Or an innocent person doesn't talk at all. That's another misconception that, oh, I'm innocent, I might as well, tell them what I know. No. Do this. You don't need to tell everybody what you know. Always tell the truth. Just don't always be telling it is one of my mottos. And, the other interesting thing about this is I don't know what motivated her to make any statement at all. I mean, she was charged early on, not with conspiracy to commit murder. She was charged with tampering and obstruction early on. The conspiracy was tacked on later. So I don't know why her attorney thought it would be a good idea. Now, here's the other problem that's going to arise from her inconsistencies. If she's not going to take the stand, she will not be able to explain why she was confused. Was she lying or was she confused? So she won't be able to rehabilitate herself in front of this jury unless she takes the stand. And a lot of times attorneys don't make the decision whether your client's going to take the stand until you see how the cards have been laid out by the prosecution. So this is really going to be anybody's guess.
She went on, by the way, Michelle Troconis, who's about to stand trial, and opening statements are going to get underway. We'll see how prompt in the Charlie Adelson. Every court is different, but Judge Stephen Everett in the Charlie Adelson trial, incredibly prompt. He would start exactly on time. Here, we are already running 4 minutes late. Again, the pool camera for this entire trial is being brought to you by Law and Crime. So shout out and courtesy to Law and Crime, as their cameraman just has a spasm right there. Here we go. He's widening out the shot. But Michelle Troconis, and then you get a better view of the courtroom. She says whether or not, this is a direct quote, whether or not Fotis Dulos was capable of doing the things the police and prosecutors accused him of doing, I do not know, she said. And she was talking to NBC Connecticut back in May of 2020. She says, but based on what I have learned in the last year, I think it was a mistake to have trusted him. So now she's totally reneging. How does that play? Is that something that even the defense might say, look, she said publicly, I don't trust him. Will the state say, well, she said it after the fact?
that might play into or give us a little bit of tea leaves for whether she's going to claim that she too was a victim of sorts. Obviously not a victim of murder, but a victim of his manipulation, a victim of his violence. If that's the way she's going to go. And again, in order for her to do that, in order for her to claim that, she will 100% have to testify and make those claims on the stand. And then she's going to be subjected to a rigorous cross-examination about all of those inconsistencies and about whether she was riding shotgun as he's disposing of 30 garbage bags, and whether they had sex that morning or not, which is really irrelevant, and what she knew. Think about her on the stand, Joel. Prosecution's going to say, where is Jennifer Dulos's body? They're going to flat out ask her, and a jury's going to be hanging on their seats for that answer. And I don't know if she can give it or if she's willing to give it. So that, again, this is really going to be a fascinating trial to tune into.
Yeah. What would happen if hypothetically she takes a stand, she's asked that question, and she gives an answer? She breaks down and says, I was so scared because he was, he killed Jennifer. This is obviously all speculation and hypothetical, but he killed Jennifer. I was fearful of him. She just blurts this out. What would happen for her case?
Well, it would be, her case wouldn't end. That's not going to make it go away. Now it could be very interesting, because knowing what happened to Jennifer Dulos does not make her guilty of anything. It doesn't make her guilty of accessory. We don't know, for example, all the information that's on her phone that the jury's not going to see. Are there texts in there? Are there texts from Fotis saying, yeah, I killed her. Yeah, I dumped her body. Or yeah, I buried her in the foundation of one of that buildings I'm building? Is that contained in there? So I don't know if it would help her or hurt her, unless the prosecution said, well, the only way you could know where her body is if you participated in the murder or conspired with this murder. And her defense attorney would then say she knows where the body is because the villain told her that's where the body is. And then I suppose there might be a field trip, not during this trial, but you can bet authorities will be wherever they think that body is, and they're going to start digging.
Wow. Here's a question from Rosemary Romero. You see she's got the 3 triple Qs. If you have questions for Jonna, who is a very brilliant legal mind, please put those triple Qs in. I'll go to the bottom of the chat and I will get them to her today. Deep Thinker Deb, I appreciate Jonna being with STS today. So do I. Will Michelle Troconis' cell phone have evidence, Jonna, that links her to the murder and disappearance of Jennifer?
It might, but here's the thing. We'll never know. The jury will never know. The judge has already ruled that her cell phone is off limits. That's been suppressed. It violated her Fourth Amendment rights in the confiscation of it because it was taken without a warrant, and the state lost that argument. I think that's the only pretrial motion that the state did lose, but potentially that is big. Because think about it. Let's think real life. None of us are murderers. But something like this happens, and you're in a relationship with somebody, let's say she is innocent. She's in a relationship with somebody who killed someone. He's going to be texting. He's going to be calling. I just don't see him going about his normal day to day after he's killed the mother of his 5 children and somehow gotten rid of the body to the extent that it still has never been found. That cell phone could have a whole lot of information. We'll never know. We will never, ever know.
4 years. It's actually coming up on 5 years. So this defense attorney, John Schoenhorn, he said, I've never had this much time to prepare for a case. I assume, John, that's a good thing, but is there any, negative element to having too much time to prepare? I don't know. Is over preparation a problem?
Over preparation can happen. You can be too prepared. One of the things, again, that the jury won't know, but maybe our viewers would be interested in knowing is during this 4-year period, was there any discussion of a plea deal? Was there any opportunity that maybe was rejected by the prosecution where maybe she does know maybe she does know where Jennifer Dulos's body is. And why wouldn't, and maybe if she's innocent, you want to let people know, right? You need to let the people know so that could be, her family can have, we talked about this last night, maybe not closure, but some sort of sense of relief, knowing that they can put their beloved, into a proper resting place for eternity. But why hasn't that been disclosed? And why wasn't that accepted? Or did it never happen? These are the things that happen outside of trial, outside of court, that again we're speculating, but in real life, those talks usually happen, but we don't hear about it at this stage of the game.
And Jonna, last night when you were on, we talked about the juror issue. For whatever reason, and I haven't quite been able to figure it out, there are only 6 regular jurors and then 6 alternates. I believe 4 dropped out. I read that there was some kind of conflict. So 4 of the alternate jurors had to be replaced, and that's what they were doing earlier in the week. However, I read that only 3 of 4 of the alternate jurors have been replaced. Can this trial get underway with just potentially, if you do the math, it would mean that there's only 6 regular jurors and 5 alternates. Can they start that way? And why only 6? It sounds crazy.
So this was interesting because we did talk about this last night. And I did, again, since I stayed up all night doing some additional research, you can have a felony trial with only 6 jurors in Connecticut. I did not find out when or why Connecticut changed the rules, from a 12-person jury, which is kind of standard, to 6. Interestingly, though, there is a United States Supreme Court case. Actually, there's not. The Supreme Court rejected an opportunity for an Arizona defendant who wanted to claim that I have a constitutional right to 12 people on my felony jury. And the Supreme Court said, we're not going to take that up because apparently in Arizona, you only need 8. So the Supreme Court is hands off, leaving the states to make up their own mind how many jurors they think is okay in a felony trial. In Connecticut, think 6 is fine. I personally would want 12, but in Connecticut, that's not your choice.
There you go. Look at this. Toy White. Jonna is a best guest with the best hair. So you are now dubbed best guest with best hair.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Lest you think we are not a global show. Look at this, too. Michael Osel coming to us from the Maldives, the islands. I would love to be there. No offense. These are back-to-back. Jane from the countries in Michigan. Out of the 2 M's, would you take the Maldives or Michigan, Jonna?
I don't want to discriminate. I would not take Michigan this time of year. Let's put it that way.
Web fan here. I didn't know this till right now, but I did know she was very wealthy. Jennifer Dulos was the niece of Liz Claiborne from her mom's side. She comes from big money family. I do know that Fotis Dulos owed Jennifer's mother something like $7 million. This is interesting to me. You obviously talked about it earlier because you've got Fotis Dulos and you've got the girlfriend, Michelle Troconis. She's the one on trial. So how does the state here, how do they navigate this? Like, do they bring up that money was a motive? Because it was really more of a motive for Fotis than it was for Michelle. Or are they going to say that Michelle could have benefited from all this money because they had plans to get married or whatever the situation may have been? How does the money issue come into play?
So the money issue is going to come into play, as we talked about earlier, in that the prosecution has to prove that there was a murder. And I guess they're going to try to prove that it was Fotis who committed this murder, that he was motivated by the money to commit the murder, and that it was a murder, not a manslaughter, not a self-defense, not an accident. They have to do that. So the money will be part of the motive. Interestingly, motive is never an element of any crime, but it does give you context. So if that was indeed the motive, I feel sorry. I feel sorry for the defense because that's going to be tough for them to counter. That's not Michelle's fight to fight.
You can see the judge, Kevin Randolph, is taking the seat. The bailiffs are there. Let's listen in for a moment here. Let's listen in. It's awfully quiet in that courtroom right now. Very quickly, while they're settling in, Jennifer wants to know if you would have taken this case to defend Michelle Troconis. Would you have, Jonna?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I would have taken this case. I would not have done what her previous defense attorney did and allow her to give interviews. I would not have done that, but I would have taken this case. You got to remember, if we were only allowed to take people who are innocent, there wouldn't be any criminal defense attorneys in the world. We take it to protect the constitutional rights of the accused. That's always the overarching reason why we take any case. So yes, I would have taken this case.
I don't want to date you either, but Jessica's asking, how long have you been practicing #SoGood?
I'm going to answer this.
A while.
1993. Ugh, I know. Wine and Botox. That's my secret.
I don't know what just happened to the feed, but we're going to get it back up. Pool cameras can be very dicey. I can see it backstage that there we go. I can see pool cameras, especially in the first day. At the time, I'm have everyone check these out. Make sure your phones are silent or off. That's a bailiff instructing everyone to silence their cell phones. That is not the judge. Hopefully the audio will be a lot better than that. COE, see what we can do here. Sharon Joy's in Israel. Stay safe there. She would love to be gifted a membership. Surviving the Survivor at Gmail, and the COE might be able to help you there. We talked about this also yesterday.
Martha, would you approach, please?
The judge just asked the bailiff to approach. This is interesting. So they're going to have a little chat for a moment. By the way, I don't know, Jonna, did you see that video from last week where the defendant hurled himself?
State of Connecticut versus Michelle Troconis.
Oh, here we
May the court have the appearances of the parties, please.
Here we
Morning, Your
go.
Honor. Michelle Manning for the state.
Your Honor, good morning. May it please the court. Sean McGinnis for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Schoenhorn representing Michelle Troconis, who is seated to my left. Michelle. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Audrey Felsen for Michelle Troconis.
Thank you.
Space Coast, if you can,
There were a
jack up
number
the
of
audio, but
motions
it's
filed
on.
Yesterday, and there were a number of motions filed today by the defense. What the court intends to do is just indicate what those motions are. The court will not act on all of those motions today. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion for sequestration of witnesses. Now, the court will act on that motion today. So what the court will do is just hear from Attorney Schoenhorn on that motion.
I ask that the court grant that motion as a matter of course, and it would apply to both sides.
Does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, Your Honor, the part of my issue with the defense's motion has been alleviated by Attorney Schoenhorn's representation that it would apply to both sides. So with that, obviously, we don't have any objection to the law enforcement personnel and most of the witnesses being sequestered. However, there are members of the Farber family, Your Honor, who wish to be present that are potential witnesses in this case. And I'll just direct the court to State versus Swinton, which is 268 Con 781. It's a 2004 case in which the trial court indicated when there's a request for the victim's family to remain that it would balance the interests of both parties. Specifically, I believe that a fair reading of Swinton is that the defense needs to identify specifically which members of the victim's family they want excluded. And I think the court needs to balance whether or not their presence during particular portions of testimony could potentially influence their trial testimony. And so I think following Swinton, Your Honor, it's incumbent upon the defense to identify specifically who from the victim's family they want excluded, and then I think they need to make a proffer as to how their testimony can be influenced. So we would ask that the court grant the motion with the caveat that the victim's family be allowed to remain in the courtroom.
You wish to be heard, counsel?
Yes, twofold. The first is, I do not know what the family is going to testify to. So it's incumbent upon the state to make a proffer. How am I to make a proffer as to how it will be influenced by other people's testimony unless I know that? So I think that he's put the cart before the horse. If the court were going to, however, consider that a request by the state, which is it's discretionary, but it also goes to the issue of a fair trial and due process, they would ask the same for my client's family. As the court is aware, the court has already heard during pretrial hearings from my client's mother, who's present in the courtroom. And if something arises where she might have to testify to some of the matters that she was actually present for, I would ask for that same consideration. But until the state indicates the nature of the testimony, if in fact it does not involve any evidence that would be influenced by someone else, that's a little bit different but the normal procedure is that all witnesses that are going to be called are sequestered, and that was what we would do if we were going to call any of the members of the family themselves. Thank you.
Counsel.
So just briefly on that, Judge, that's incongruent with Swinton, which I've cited to the court. I think it's incumbent upon the defense to indicate why they think.
Just very quickly, everyone, the audio being so low, that is on their end. That's being held by the handled by the pool camera. So you're going to have to crank the audio up on your end. I apologize. This sometimes happens when it's a one camera pool, which is the case here. It's a little tough to hear, but this is beyond our control. So let's continue to listen in.
So I agree the defense witnesses should be excluded, but the Farber family should be allowed to remain.
Thank you. Well, it is clear that there are competing interests. However, there is constitutional provision that would allow, and this court will use the term according to the constitutional provision, would allow the victims to be present at every stage of the proceeding. That does not mean the victims can be heard at every stage of the proceeding. So the court is going to deny the defense's request that the state identify the members of the family and the nature of the testimony it intends to elicit. However, the court will grant the balance of the motion, indicating that no witness who testifies will be allowed to discuss their testimony after that testimony has been elicited with any other witness who has not yet testified. Filed January 10th, 2024, a motion in limine to preclude hearsay statements by third parties without determination of co-conspirator status. The court believes it does not have to rule on that today. Also, there was a memorandum in support of that motion. January 10th filing 2024, motion in limine regarding prior bad acts of the defendant. The court probably is not going to anticipate that testimony to come forward today if it were going to be elicited. Probably not today, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion to preclude layperson testimony regarding cellular site location and geofence evidence. That testimony is not likely to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude pejorative reference to written timeline. That is not going to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Filed January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude references to victims. Well, that probably is going to be woven throughout the trial. So the court will hear from Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes, I believe that the case law that I cite in here, particularly the Warholic case, is on point that the state has to prove that that Jennifer Dulos was a, quote, victim, unquote. Whatever position we may or may not take, whatever we may think about it, it is something that has to be proved. The case law is clear that unless we stipulate or agree that someone constituted a, quote, victim, unquote, and I would note, I'm not raising that with regard to the Farber family. They have an interest in the matter for the time being, but that's something that has to be proven by the state. At this point, there is no such evidence. And the bottom line is that there have been many cases that have resulted, it's either reversible to allow the state, or for that matter, the court, to refer to any party or any individuals discussed as a, quote, victim, unquote, or it might be harmless error in certain cases, but it's still error. So I want to just make sure that that is not something that gets slipped, and that's why I'm filing it as a motion. It might be accidental, but the bottom line is I don't have any problem with people discussing her by name. They can refer to Miss Dulos. They can call her Jennifer Dulos. They can call her by her first name, or the missing person. What I'm concerned about is starting off suggesting that she's, quote, the victim, unquote, in this case. Might be different if this was Fotis Dulos' trial, but it's not.
I'm hard pressed to see how it would be any different in any trial. The law is the law on this, Judge. And, I think we did this dance during voir dire a little bit. The state intends to refer to Ms. Farber Dulos as either her name or potentially the alleged victim during the course of the trial. And I would just direct the court to State versus Warholic, which is the case that the defense cited, and Warholic specifically, along with State versus Smith, which is cited in Warholic, permits or tacitly indicates that the use of the term alleged victim is different than the term victim itself. And so
I'm going to whisper here because I know there's an issue with the audio levels because it's low here. But Jonna, just if you can tell us what is happening right now. What is this all about?
Sure. Standard operating procedure. These are all pretrial motions that are made for two purposes.
Going to read the information to the jury.
One, to help address what's going to happen in the
that
trial. Second, to
information
preserve these issues on appeal.
Is going to include language.
And I heard the word sequestration. Did that have to do with the jury? Was that regarding
No.
the okay.
Witnesses.
The
Witnesses, okay.
designation as an alleged victim would arouse no prejudice. So the reference to victim itself is frowned upon, but alleged victim is acceptable. So the motion is essentially granted in part. January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude law enforcement opinion regarding the credibility or truthfulness of the defendant. That testimony is not likely to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude reference to the defendant's assertion of her Miranda rights, including request for presence of counsel. Attorney Schoenhorn.
During the hearing on the interrogation videos, portions were played by the state involving the trip from the time of her arrest, where they tried to get her to waive her right to counsel. She said, no, I want to speak to my attorney. And then there's that middle of the night, I'll call it interrogation. They want to just call it, making sure that Ms. Troconis is all right. But again, where she asserts her right to counsel at that point. I'm assuming, but I don't know, that the state does not intend to offer those, any audio portion of those recordings. And I assume that if anything they're going to play begins in the afternoon where Attorney Bowman is present with Ms. Troconis. This is to make sure that that doesn't suddenly come in either through a witness or through the accidental playing of that video.
Good morning again, Judge. Just a couple of things on this. Firstly, I hadn't anticipated that we were going to be hearing argument on this particular motion today, just because I think we're several days away from introducing any portion of the defendant's recorded interviews. But I'll just note for the record that it is inaccurate when the defense says that there's no probative value whatsoever to an invocation. In fact, our case law permits an invocation to show the sequence of events. Now, it can't be used by the jury to draw an adverse inference of guilt. That I agree with them on. But I'll note the interpreter who is translating what I say to the defendant's ears right now. And I raise that, Judge, because if there's going to be any sort of claim during the course of cross-examination or the trial that the defendant did not understand her Miranda rights, and the fact that she invoked multiple times to the police in advance of that interview, which we're going to be playing, then we think that the defense opens the door to all these issues in terms of rebutting the inference that she didn't understand her rights. And so I would ask the court not to act on this motion now. I think this issue is going to be fluid, but I disagree with the defense that an invocation could never come into evidence because that's simply completely contrary to the case law.
Thank you. Again, this testimony is not going to be elicited today. The court would also indicate that the court denied the defense's motion to suppress those 8 hours of essentially interrogation by the police of the defendant. January 11th, 2024, filed today. Motion in limine to preclude the use of inconclusive and, in quotes, cannot be eliminated, in quote, DNA results. That's not likely to be elicited today. January 11th, filed today. Motion to preclude irrelevant videos or opinion of unidentified bicyclist. Is that unlikely to be elicited today?
Judge, it is, and can I just have a moment to consult with Attorney Sean because we don't have copies of these.
Yes.
No, I believe.
I don't have them.
They're here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which ones were.
Judge, may we take up the motions that were filed today, perhaps at a break or the court doesn't know what they are for the record, of course. We don't have copy right now. So.
Thank you. Court still wants to put on the record what was filed today. And we need not, because the state is just receiving copies, we need not take up any of the balance of the motions. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude all evidence of alleged domestic discord between Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion to preclude videos or opinions of unidentified red truck. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude speculation, lay opinion, and prejudicial descriptions of blood-like stains. Is that likely to come in today?
Yes, Your Honor, that is likely to come today. May I have a copy of that?
Attorney Sean, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, I mentioned when I met with the state yesterday afternoon that I was working on that motion. This motion is in conjunction with there's two motions. There's the presumptive blood testing evidence and this motion together. I cite the same case, State versus Moody, and I'll just quote, because I quoted in my motion. It specifically says, the result of the presumptive test for blood has no probative value whatsoever. The test result did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of presence of human blood. In that case, I put in brackets, it's on a piece of clothing. Therefore, we hold that the test result was entirely irrelevant, and thus the trial court abused its discretion by admitting it into evidence. And that's on page 628 of the Moody case. I also cite two out-of-state cases, which, if I recall, are also stand for the same proposition from New Jersey and Arkansas. It's one thing for a witness to say, well, I saw something that it was red or it looked like a stain, so I took pictures of it. I'm not going to object to that. But having a police officer say something is blood or blood-like, or that they sprayed it with luminol, or there's something else called KM, which is called Kastle-Meyer. That's just a reagent test that glows if something to start, but rust, all these other things also glow. So this case, as far as I asked the court to look at it before ruling on that, specifically says it was abuse of discretion to even allow it in. Many of the items that they sprayed this on turns out not even to be human, not even to be organic. So it will confuse the jury, especially early on in the case. The state can put on witnesses if they took pictures of a bunch of things, but I object if they're going to try and say, well, we sprayed it and it, gave us a presumptive test when the case law says it's not to come in for any purpose whatsoever.
Well, that addresses the motion for the presumptive blood testing. Court is interested first in the motion concerning the description of blood-like stains.
I would note that it seems to me, and I've read hundreds of reports, anything that was brown, greasy looking, or red, they called blood-like. And it turns out many of those things, I don't have to list them, but many of those things were tested, found not to contain blood. So it's the same thing. It's a pejorative description of an item. They can say it was a brown stain, it was a red stain. I'm not going to object to that. It's their idea of calling it blood-like. So it starts the case off with the jury thinking, aha, we don't even need to hear from any expert on whether it's blood or not. The first thing we're going to hear is the police have decided this is blood, and that's all we need to hear. So I don't know how the court will be able to instruct the jury to disregard that once it comes out. That's why I'm filing it as a motion.
If I may, Your Honor. But counsel did mention yesterday that he would be objecting to this term. However, I did not get his motion or the case. What I would indicate with respect to Moody, Your Honor, it's a 1990 case where the sole evidence relating to a blood-like stain that was tested was a small drop on a sole of a shoe that was so small that after the presumptive test was done, no further testing could be done. The court over the next 28 years has walked back Moody and relied more on Schaefer, which is a 1978 case, and I can give the case citation to the court, which, if I can have a moment, which actually indicates that a layperson may also testify as to their observations of a item being blood. The court has walked that back in walked back Moody, I should say, in State v. Grant, which is 286 Con 499, a 2008 case, and indicates that Moody distinguishes Moody because it was based on such a small piece of item, a small droplet that, and I'll just read this straight through. It says, presumably, therefore, it had been too small for a person of ordinary knowledge or experience to make any reasonable inference on its nature on the basis of personal observations. And they go on to conclude that Schaefer sets forth a better rule. I do think also I would refer your Honor's attention to State v. Downing, which is 68 Con App 388, 2002 case. That case actually also walks back Moody and indicates that it's not just the fact that you have a droplet that looks like a blood-like stain, it's in context. Also, there are other considerations, such as was it tested later? Is there any evidence in the entire case itself or presented in the testimony? In that case, specifically, it indicates the stains, evidence that the stains were blood were based on factors such as their color, their shape, their location in the scene or the area. All things that were taken into account to fall more in line with Schaefer than Moody. So the state would object.
Very
Briefly, counsel.
The items that are going to be testified to are tiny little drops. There is not a large pool of anything. And so those cases do not apply. The fact that a lay witness might say it looked like blood, there was a body on the ground, there was blood next to it. I'm not objecting to anything like this. I'm objecting to police officers saying, oh, there are these drops here. Some of them, they're very small. Some of them were tested, some were not. And I'm more concerned that they're using this reagent spray, which no cases, and I'm surprised to hear the state suggesting that the appellate court overruled the Supreme Court, which in my experience has never happened, but that the fact that there may be some fact-specific cases where something is in a different scenario doesn't overrule. Moody has not been overruled. And I'm more concerned that both the description of these tiny little dots saying, oh, that's blood or blood-like, and then it gets carried over, and then it gets tested at the laboratory, and it's not blood, it's not blood-like, it's not even organic. To put that idea in the head, I mean, there are these little tiny drops is what we're talking about. The suggestion that there's a large pool of blood, as was placed in the public record in the arrest warrant, simply is not true. So for the state or for the court, for that matter, to suggest that, well, maybe there'll be harmless error, maybe we can distinguish that case. The whole point of filing these motions is to prevent that kind of prejudice from happening. So based on that, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to grant the motion.
Thank you. Of course, if there were testimony of this nature, what did you see? I saw blood. There'd be an objection. What's the objection? Foundation, sustained. Here, blood-like stains does not have the same force. In addition, one cannot assume that the jury will close its ears to cross-examination and not be overwhelmed by the phrase blood-like stains. So the motion is denied. Now, concerning the presumptive blood testing, that is not likely to come into evidence today, correct?
It will tomorrow, Your Honor.
We will take it up tomorrow.
Thank you.
Is the jury ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jury's about to come in. Jonna, what was that all about?
These are fantastic motions, pretrial motions filed by the defense, creating a record on appeal, assuming that, she's found guilty down the road. They're going to be taken up kind of in real time. As you heard, the judge is basically putting them aside until the issue actually arises during the trial. But he has to preserve the record. He did a very good job of that, the defense attorney and the judge. And now it's showtime.
Here we go. The jury is coming in. What do you think of the demeanor of this judge so far, John? Every courtroom's got a different
This time when
judge.
the
What do you
jury
think?
is brought in,
I like it.
Yeah.
attendance
Smart,
is taken.
measured, and that's always a good
No
thing.
identifying information will be disclosed of any juror.
Rising for the jury.
I'm wondering if there's a time limit on opening statements. I didn't hear of one, but there usually is.
And what is that time limit typically, Jonna?
Whatever the judge agrees to or decides.
Well, hopefully it's a reasonable amount of time. But again, Jonna, being the neurotic person I am,
Good
if
morning,
you've got to
ladies and
jump,
gentlemen.
I can handle it, but love to have you, obviously.
First,
Here
we
we
will
go.
take the attendance, and then you'll be sworn in. Madam.
This, I believe, is purposely being muted because they are reading out the jurors taking attendance here. So stand by.
Yes. While she's doing that, Joel, it is possible that we will only hear opening statement from the prosecution today if the defense decides to reserve until the close of the prosecution's case. But I think they'll probably want to make one today and put that in the ears of the jury.
That's an interesting point. As it pertains to this whole blood issue, what was the defense really saying there? And by the way, you see Michelle Troconis on the left in that kind of brownish beige outfit, the black turtleneck. But what was really the argument there about the blood?
I think what we're going to hear is that a lot of this blood evidence wasn't blood evidence. And that's very important because the defense doesn't want the jury to think that there was this overwhelming amount of blood when it turns out a lot of the things that initially were thought to be blood were not blood. That goes directly to perhaps the cause and manner of Jennifer Dulos's death, which is still never been proven because nobody's been tried for that and her body has never been found.
You could see they are swearing in the jury right now. Chelsea Whitaker saying it's so weird. You don't argue motions before opening statements, but in fact, sometimes you do, right, Jonna?
Yes, sometimes you do. But as we also saw, this judge is going to wait until the issue arises in real time to make some more decisions. But it's good that they are put on the record. That's the whole purpose of making these written motions instead of waiting and making an oral motion when it happens to preserve the record on appeal.
Jonna, we always talk about the preparation for the state and for the defense, but what is preparation for the judge in a case like? What does a judge have to do to prepare?
This particular judge has probably been the judge in all the pretrial goings on. So this judge most likely has a good grasp on where the case is going to go and what's going to be heard. He's read the motions, obviously, that he's already decided. So he knows kind of where each side is going to go. And just the fact that he is a jurist will make him prepared for this. And he's obviously, I think he's a seasoned judge. I'd like to find out how long he's been on the bench. I love his demeanor. He seems, very neutral, which is exactly what you want, especially as a defense attorney. Very respectful of both sides, very measured, and very intelligent.
Space Coast is going to work on this. Nan is saying, can you modulate? That's why I'm trying to whisper. Can you modulate volume on STS voices to match court volume? Too loud on STS.
Sorry.
Where volume is tuned to the court. So we are working on that. This audio is obviously unusually low. It's coming from the pool.
What the court is going to do is talk to you about some of the instructions that shall guide your deliberation.
Jury instructions.
It will also include a reading of the information again, which you have already heard. The court must read it again. This is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Michelle Troconis, and the court will now read that information. Paul J. Forensic, State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, charges count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. At various times and in various locations, including but not limited to the town of New Canaan on or about the 24th day of May 2019. In the area of 69 Wells Lane, Michelle Troconis, with intent that conduct constituting the crime of murder be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos and other persons to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. To wit, Fotis Dulos did assault Jennifer Farber Dulos in her home on the 24th day of May 2019 with the intent to restrain and kill her in violation of section 53A-48A and 53A-54A subsection A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 2, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 in the city of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue. The defendant, Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy, to wit, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, traveled with Fotis Dulos to the Hartford area for the purpose of disposal of physical evidence relating to the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos in the city of Hartford on the 24th day of May, 2019, in violation of Section 53A-48 and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 3, tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019, within the city of Hartford, in the area of Albany Avenue, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding, in violation of Section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 4, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct, and one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy, to wit, Fotis Dulos did transport a 2001 Toyota Tacoma used in the commission of the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos to Russell Speeder's Car Wash in Avon on the 29th day of May 2019 for the purpose of having evidence relating to that murder concealed and destroyed in violation of Sections 53A-48A and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 5, tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 within the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding, in violation of Section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statute, and finally count 6, hindering prosecution in the second degree. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of hindering prosecution in the second degree and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, did render criminal assistance to another person when, with intent to prevent, hinder, and delay the discovery and apprehension of, and the lodging of a criminal charge against Fotis Dulos, whom she knew and believed had committed a Class A felony, to wit murder, did provide Fotis Dulos with transportation and other means of avoiding discovery and apprehension in support of Fotis Dulos' effort to conceal, alter, and destroy evidence of the murder contained within a 2001 Toyota Tacoma in violation of Sections 53A-165A3 and 53A-166 of the Connecticut General Statute. Now, as mentioned before, the information that the court has just read is not evidence. It is only the formal means of bringing charges, and you may not consider the information as evidence. You may not draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and charged. Each charge is set forth in the information as what is called a separate count. In deciding the case, you must consider each charge separately. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent, and as we explained to you earlier, the presumption of innocence works this way. If you were asked right now whether Michelle Troconis was guilty or innocent, the answer is not, I don't know. The answer is not guilty because you have heard nothing to overcome the presumption of innocence. That presumption remains unless you unanimously decide that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the offenses. The burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is called the burden of proof. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. If you do not find at the conclusion of all of the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense, you must find the defendant not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find the defendant guilty. The procedure for the trial is as follows. After these instructions, the state will present its evidence. Of course, the defendant has the right to cross-examine. The defendant may, if he chooses, present evidence. As you recall, the defendant is presumed innocent. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. If the defendant chooses to present evidence, the state may have the opportunity to present what is called rebuttal evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, the lawyers will make their closing arguments. The closing arguments themselves are not evidence. You may consider the arguments in your deliberations, but those arguments do not constitute evidence. The state will argue first. This is in regard to the closing arguments, according to our rules, and then the defendant will argue. The state has the opportunity to argue after the defense. The defense will not have a second opportunity to argue. However, each side receives the same amount of time for argument. The state may break its argument, however, into two parts if it chooses. When the arguments have been completed, the court will instruct you on the law which applies in this case. You must apply the law as the court instructs. After the instructions, you will be sent to the jury room to begin your deliberations. This is the first time you will discuss the case with your fellow jurors and with no one else. Once deliberations start, all deliberations are to be conducted in the jury room when all of the jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the law as the court will instruct to the facts in the case. And this is how you reach your verdict, and your verdict has to be unanimous. The court's responsibility includes conducting the trial in an orderly and a fair and an efficient manner. It also includes ruling on questions of law arising during the trial and instructing you on the law as it applies in this case. It is your duty to accept the law as the court states it. During the trial, the court will have to rule on objections and make comments to counsel. The court may also ask questions of witnesses and, of course, tell you what the law is. The rulings, the questions to witnesses, the comments, and the instructions are not to be taken by you as any indication of this court's opinion concerning how you should determine the facts in this case. If you come to believe that this court has expressed or intimated any opinion concerning the facts, you should ignore the opinion you believe the court has formed. And as stated earlier, the role the court has is to ensure a fair trial so that you may decide the case. As jurors, you may disregard comments the court makes in arriving at your own findings. You must not take anything the court says or does during the trial as an indication of what the court thinks of the evidence or what your verdict should be. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you determine the weight of the evidence that you will hear. You determine the value and the effect of the evidence, and you determine the credibility of witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your duty to resolve any conflicts in the testimony and to determine where the truth is. You may draw any and all inferences from the evidence which reasonably and logically flow from the evidence. Now, what will the evidence consist of? The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other materials admitted as exhibits. Evidence may also consist of any facts on which the lawyers agree or which the court may instruct you to accept. The following do not constitute evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. Statements and arguments by the attorneys are not evidence. Questions and objections of the attorneys are not evidence. And the testimony which the court indicates to you you should disregard should not be considered. Now, there are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. And circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, evidence from which you can infer another fact. Now, this example has been used many times. If you wake up in the morning and you see the roadway is wet, the inference that you can draw is that it rained during the night. However, the wet roadway is circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Other evidence may provide another explanation, such as a sanitation truck hosing down the street. Therefore, before you decide a fact has been proven by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding the case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law gives you permission to give equal weight to both direct and circumstantial evidence. You must decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose, and if the court instructs you to consider some piece of evidence for a limited purpose, you must consider it for that purpose and for no other purpose. Now, in deciding the facts of the case, you judge the credibility of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe or not believe and the extent to which you credit any witness's testimony. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it, or you may believe none of it. You may not credit or discredit a witness based solely on which side has called the witness. Now, police officers will testify in this trial, and you must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Court will talk to you now about objections. During the trial, one lawyer may object to a question asked by another. It is the lawyer's responsibility to object to a question if he or she thinks the answer is inadmissible according to the rules of evidence. You should not hold anything against the lawyer because he or she objects to a question. After the objection is made, the court will rule on the objection. If the objection is sustained, the question will not be answered. You should not speculate about what the answer would have been or the reason the question was asked. If the objection is overruled, the witness will be permitted to answer the question. There may be times when you may be excused so that the lawyers can make more extensive arguments concerning the objections, and those arguments may include a discussion of evidence which the court may eventually exclude. You will be excused so that you do not hear evidence that is not properly admissible. You have taken an oath that will govern your conduct, and from this point, or from the point you took the oath until the court discharges you after you have rendered a verdict, that oath remains in effect. The oath and the rules place you under an obligation to do certain things and to avoid certain things. The court will review those now. First, you must decide the case based on the evidence presented here in court and the law as the court will explain it. Second, do not make up your mind about the verdict until after you have heard all of the evidence, the closing arguments of the lawyers, the instructions on the law, and after you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind on your own, either individually or as a group. Do not visit the scenes of any of the places mentioned in the course of the evidence. Of course, if you are already familiar with any of these places or scenes, you cannot erase that from your memory. Do not research anything online. Do not consult dictionaries for the meanings of words or any other reference material for general information on any subject that comes up during the trial. Do not review any statutes that have been referred to, and the reason is that the parties have a right to have the case decided on the evidence presented here in court. If you conduct some research and investigation, the verdict may be the product of evidence the parties had no opportunity about which to ask questions during direct and cross-examination. If you see media reports anywhere, avoid them. That includes radio, television, live stream, blogs, any internet site. They may contain information that has not been introduced here, and that information may be inaccurate. The court will also indicate to you, do not watch any recordings of the trial at any time before you render a verdict. So in other words, when you go home, do not decide to go to a website to review the evidence that was presented here in court. That's like taking your notes home, which are not allowed. In addition to that, you may hear commentary by commentators about the evidence. Those commentators may or may not have been here, and they may taint the way you view the evidence. Also, you may not talk to members of your family or friends or coworkers about the case. You may not talk to anyone who has anything to do with this case about the case. So in other words, do not try to talk to the lawyers or the marshals or the clerk. You may not ask any acquaintances who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for advice or information about matters related to the case. The reason for these precautions is that in talking to others, you may be influenced by matters that have not been introduced as evidence in this courtroom, and that would not be fair to the parties and may result in a verdict based on something other than the evidence and the law. And you may not talk to each other about the case. Even if you go to lunch together, you may not talk to each other about the case until all of the evidence is in. You've heard the closing arguments, you've heard the instructions on the law, and the court instructs you to deliberate in the deliberation room. The problem with discussing the case before all of these things occur is that you may begin to take positions on the case before you have heard the entire case. And you may stake out your positions before you hear all of the evidence, and you may be inclined not to deliberate with an open mind. To be fair and to fulfill your obligations as jurors, you must resist the temptation to discuss the case with each other before you are supposed to. Now, what happens if you do discuss the case with each other before deliberation? In some cases, violations result in hearings after the trial, with the juror alleged to have engaged in those conversations must testify testify about his or her conduct. In some cases, the verdict has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of juror misconduct. So it is very important to abide by the law. If someone tries to talk to you about the case, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or anything that you believe may compromise the proper conduct of the trial, please report that to the clerk immediately. These communications with the clerk should be in writing. Do not discuss the matters with your fellow jurors. Now, if you decide to, you may take notes during the trial. You are never required to take notes. Even if a fellow juror is taking notes, you do not have to take notes. Notes are a good tool to help you refresh your recollection, but sometimes your notes about some of the evidence may not always match your actual recollection of the evidence. If there's a conflict between your notes and what you actually remember, it is your recollection that must prevail. If there is a conflict between a fellow juror's notes and your recollection must prevail. Remember, please, that your notes are not evidence. Your verdict will be based on the evidence and the law given. And if you would like testimony played back, you may request the court to have testimony played back. There's no need to try to write down everything. And your note-taking should not distract you from focusing on the witness. The credibility that you ascribe to a witness is critical. So note-taking should not interfere with your ability to view the witness as he or she is testifying, to listen to the witness, and evaluate the witness's testimony. What the witness is saying and how the witness says it is critical to your evaluation of the testimony and what weight you will give to that testimony. Now, the notepads that will be given to you will be collected at the end of each trial day and kept secure and confidential. No one is permitted to look at your notes. You will not be allowed to make or modify your notes outside of court. And you are not allowed to compare notes with fellow jurors during the trial. Once deliberations begin, you may discuss your notes. Now, the amount of notes that you take should not influence your personal recollection. Now, during the trial, the court will also take notes. Do not be influenced by the court's note-taking. Realistically, you cannot know what the court is writing. If you desire to have a portion of the testimony read back, once your deliberations have begun, do not hesitate to request that. Please, again, do not look up anything on the internet concerning information about the case or any of the people involved, including the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, or the court. Please do not use internet maps or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or view any place discussed during the course of the trial. Now, we conclude with the lawyers having informed the court that the evidentiary portion of the trial will take about 6 weeks. This is an estimate. We don't intend to, or we should say it is unlikely the case will go as far as March 1st. The court will attempt to keep you informed of changes in the schedule once the evidentiary portion is over and the court directs you to deliberate. The length of the deliberations will be up to you. Again, we start every day at 10 o'clock. We take our break around 11:15, come back in, and then take our lunch break at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2, lunch break, 2 o'clock to 3:15, evidentiary portion of the trial, and then we conclude at 4:45. If you wish to communicate with the court during the trial, please send it out in the form of a note. The note will be read to the parties and made a part of the record. If you have a question, please write it down and give it to the marshal, who will bring it to the court. Now it's about 11:15. The court has concluded its comments. We'll take our morning recess. And we're going to resume at 11:30. And that's when the evidentiary portion of the trial will start. So we'll stand in our recess.
Well, there you have it. They're going on their morning break. We did not even get to opening statements yet, but the judge implied that's happening in 15 minutes' time. There you get a good shot of Michelle Troconis with her glasses on her head. Someone pointing out that she once had much darker hair, so she either went lighter or the other way around. I don't know. Uh, Carlin pointing out, or Carolyn, that jurors are getting $35 a day. And I think in the show last night, I mentioned that Connecticut state law only requires an employer to pay for the first 5 days of jury duty. And you heard Judge Kevin Randolph, who everyone seems to really enjoy so far. You heard Judge Kevin Randolph say that um, um, every day the court will start session will convene at 10 a.m. There'll be a break at 11:15 a.m. Lunch from 1 to 2, a break in the afternoon, a short break in the afternoon, and then court concludes every day at 4:45 p.m. Jonna, what do you make of those rules for the jury? Uh, were they exceptionally long this time around, or is that typical?
No, this was rather unique. Normally, this is the type of instruction a jury might hear at the end of the case, talking about the rules and how they can consider it and what was direct and indirect and circumstantial evidence. This was actually helpful, albeit long, in that it was giving a roadmap, sort of a procedural roadmap to the jury about what's expected of them, what they can and cannot do, what they're going, not the facts that they're going to hear, but how they can receive what they're going to hear. And like I said, it was a little bit unusual. We typically don't get that much instruction from a judge. So this may be his own personal part rules, or maybe every single judge in Connecticut does it this way. I think it was helpful, but between the motions, the pretrial motions, and these instructions, that was a good hour this morning, and we haven't really, the rubber hasn't met the road yet. We haven't heard from the attorneys in their opening statement, but I think the jury probably appreciated all that instruction.
And I think right before the judge, Judge Randolph, started speaking, it was a question that I'm curious about. You know, we always hear the defense prep and the state prep. This judge obviously knows the case, and you were saying you think he probably heard all the motions and arguments prior to this trial beginning. But what does a judge have to do to prepare himself or herself for a trial?
A judge only needs to know really the rules of evidence like the back of his or her hand, because that's their role. Their role is the moderator of the evidence. When an objection is made, they have to be able to rule, and hopefully they get it right, because that will change. The evidence that comes in is the case, and what comes in and what stays out will invariably change the outcome, or let's say this, affect the outcome, the verdict of any case. So the judge has to be on his or her toes. That's really all they need to know. They can't prejudge the evidence. They can't know verbatim what's going to come in. Surely they'll have an idea, but he's there to keep the attorneys on point, to keep what's going to come in, and to exclude what needs to be excluded. That's his job.
And you see here the COE all over it, picking up a tweet, which is so odd, but this happens in this day and age. A tweet, I guess today, from Michelle Troconis on her X, formerly known as Twitter account. It's been 4.5 years since I was wrongly accused. Today, I stand here with my family and friends by my side. Their love and support keep me strong. I have faith in justice and the jury system, and I'm ready to finally move forward with this trial. Gracias. Jonna, what do you make of that? It's a little PR move ahead of the trial.
Yeah, it sure is. I guess she's entitled to do that. I do want to say, sort of a sidebar, you need to give your COE a raise for being on top of this stuff. I didn't even know Michelle Troconis had an X account, but yeah, so this is her doing a little pre-trial publicity, self-promotion. I guess I can't blame her. It's
And then
not evident.
Sarah Adams says, and it was written in English at the same time that they say they might need a translator for her. What's this whole deal with this English as a barrier? Is that just something the defense is putting out there? Because it's clear she speaks English.
It's clear she does. I think the objective of this defense team is to really leave no stone unturned. If there's a remote possibility that it could be taken up on appeal, they're making the point now, even if it's not a strong point. I don't really think English is going to be a barrier to the admissibility of any of the evidence that's going to try to come in against Michelle Troconis.
And I got to be honest, the Charlie Adelson case, which we just covered, and that was kind of our OG true crime case.
Mhm.
It was pretty much, even though no defense attorney will ever admit or prosecutor, it was pretty much a slam dunk case. Here, I have to say, I don't know the case inside out, far from it, but it does seem like there is, and unlike what Wendy Murphy said yesterday, it seems like there's a bit of an uphill battle. At the very least, you can't really predict a definitive outcome, at least not yet. Am I right, Jonna?
Yeah, I agree 100%. This is an uphill battle for the prosecution. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a trial within a trial. And if we can, take a cue from the defense team, I think this defense team is going to be on top of it. They filed a myriad of pretrial motions, basically throwing the kitchen sink in front of the judge to make sure that nothing gets in that shouldn't get in. And I expect that they'll be on top of the evidence, objecting as necessary during the course of this trial. What I do like, though, I like that they're, at least right now, we haven't even started opening statements. There's not a lot of animosity. We don't see barbs. We're not seeing personal, attacks on each other. It's not heated just yet, which is kind of interesting because I think the defense camp firmly believes that their client is innocent, not just not guilty, innocent. So that sometimes can raise some emotions when you're a criminal defense attorney. We'll see if it stays this way.
And the charges in this case, as we are awaiting opening statements here in just about 8 minutes, but the charges in this case, excuse me, conspiracy to commit murder, which last night you said is obviously the most serious. Then you've got tampering with physical evidence and hindering a prosecution. Let's assume that they acquit her on the first charge. Do you have any idea what kind of time she would face if she was convicted on the other charges? Let's say hindering prosecution. Is that significant time?
I'd have to look it up in Connecticut. Here in New York, it would be a lower level felony. Sometimes giving false statements to police can even be a misdemeanor. So she would see the light of day. I'll look up and find out exactly what her exposure is. That's the maximum that she could face for those. And you know what else this raises? And again, we haven't heard a piece of evidence yet, but it may come to pass. Like, she might not get acquitted across the board. This jury might be convinced that she had nothing to do with the actual murder, but that she somehow assisted in hiding some evidence and obstructing justice. So they might nail her on those lesser offense and acquit her of one of the counts. They don't have to acquit her of everything. Or they could convict her of everything, but those are kind of there. Sometimes when juries want to split the baby, and we don't know if that's the way this is going to go, that's what they do. They'll, convict on some and acquit on others.
Miss Wee Lassie coming to us from Scotland, a friend of the show. Jonna is really good to listen to. I like her being on here. It's what we do on STS. We're not going to be able to take advantage of this every day because Jonna has a life, but on particularly big days, let's say if Michelle Troconis is going to take the stand, for instance, or a key detective, I will reach out to Jonna and see if she can join us on those particular days. And I still have to get with the COE, but I think what we're going to do, just so everyone knows, is we will stream the trial, and it'll be sort of like a chat party for STS. And then on specific days, again, big days, we will bring in the legal experts like Jonna to help fill in the blanks. And I'll be doing my due diligence as the COE. So it'll be a lot more interactive here than on some of the other channels. But I agree that Jonna is awesome to have. Jonna, we talked about this yesterday, and this is where it gets tricky. So in divorce documents, Jennifer Farber Dulos said that she knew that filing for divorce would enrage her husband, and in a blog post said that she was going to end up in a body bag. She went on to say that he would retaliate. This is a direct quote, by trying to harm her in some way, and that he exhibited irrational, unsafe, bullying, threatening, and controlling behavior. Can any of this be brought in? Because again, this is Michelle Troconis' trial, not Fotis Dulos's trial. How does the state weave this in? It's pertinent information to sort of set up the scene, but are they able to do that?
You know, it's interesting. And I think the defense, in one of their pretrial motions that we have not heard, but was acknowledged by the judge, they reference third party hearsay statements. And you just touched on what they could be referring to exactly. Because now you have a hearsay statement in documents that cannot be tested, it cannot be cross examined, because the person who uttered those statements is no longer here, and that's Jennifer Dulos. So legally, expect a fight at the bat rack when that information attempts to come in. From the prosecution's point of view, it is relevant, because if they have to prove that there was a murder and not something else, then the motivation for that, and Fotis Dulos's character, if you will, bad character, is going to be fair game from the prosecution's standpoint. But you can't cross-examine that piece of paper. So the defense might win that one when the time comes. Remember, we just heard all the pretrial motions that were filed. We didn't hear argument on all of them. In fact, just a couple, but we will when that evidence is attempted to be introduced.
And unlike the Charlie Adelson trial, unbelievably, none of his family showed up. And I was at the trial, and the gallery behind him was empty. But today, we are hearing that Michelle Troconis is, straight from her own tweet, that her family's there. And also Jennifer Farber Dulos's family is there. How does that impact a jury, Jonna? Are they even aware? Do they look to see who's behind the defendant? Are they curious about those sorts of things? And how does it play in their minds?
You betcha. And it really can have an impact on a jury. You know, imagine if you're one of those six people deciding the fate, and you've got Jennifer Dulos's entire family taking up, you know, the first part of the gallery. And every time somebody's testifying about what happened to her, they're crying and they're consoling each other and they're upset. If you're a human being, you're making a no, if not having your heart break a little bit for that. But then, you know, the same goes for the defendant. Unless all that heartbreak puts the defendant in a bad light in your mind, and you, as a juror, you're not supposed to allow that to happen, which is why it's always dicey to have the victim's family in the courtroom. You know, I can't remember what case it was, but there was a case in our history that may have been televised where the victim's family wanted to wear pins with the victim's photo on it, and that was, you know, controversial because it could have unduly influenced the jury. That's the overarching theme. You don't want to unduly influence the jury. And the jury, you got to remember, are human beings. And they're going to see these things because these people are allowed to be in the courtroom. They're going to see it.
In the Alec Murdoch trial, it was interesting. I'm almost certain that they were not allowed to take notes. They were just sitting in the jury box. Here, you hear Judge Randolph say that you can take notes, but the notepads will be put away for safe storage in a secure area at night. What sort of things do the jurors generally take notes on? Are they just sitting there doodling, or are they what usually catches their attention?
You know, that's interesting because as attorneys, we don't get to see their notes, and note taking is completely individual. Some judges allow it, some judges do not. I'm actually not a big fan of the note taking for the jurors, because if you think about it, if you've ever been in a trial, sometimes if a juror is taking notes on one thing, they're missing the next thing that's coming down the pike. But other times it can be helpful, especially so a case like this, it's not going to be a week-long trial. It's going to be potentially a 6-week trial. So do you want the jurors to take some notes so that they can go back in their mind when it's time to deliberate? okay, but the judge was basically saying to them, your notes don't control. Your brain and your memory is going to control. So it's just really there as a crutch. But we don't get to see what they say. We'll make a note, and usually we'll have people who are watching for us to see when they're down in their notebooks, to see what was going on the stand, and when they're not, how many people are taking notes, how often they take notes. That's information that we try to use, but again, we don't know what's on there in their actual notebooks.
And Julie Frew is with you. Note taking is generally not a good idea. And then you've got this comment. Anyone find it interesting how the judge declared Fotis Dulos as the murderer? It was never proven. I didn't really catch that, but Jonna, did you hear that?
I did not catch that either, but along the same lines, did you hear the argument in the pretrial motion where the defense is saying, hey, nobody can refer to Jennifer Dulos as a victim. They can refer to her as an alleged victim, but not a victim. So I don't recall him calling Fotis Dulos the murderer.
There's a quick question here. Do you think we're going to see any of Jennifer Dulos's family testifying in this trial, Jonna? Well, I think Jonna just froze up for a minute, but the timing isn't bad because the Judge Kevin Randolph, is taking his seat, and they are now rising for the jurors who are coming in, and hopefully Jonna bounces back on. All rise.
State ready to proceed.
I am, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sergeant Aaron Latourette.
Now I'm totally confused because they're going to a first witness. Where were the opening statements? I need Jonna back for this one. Let's listen in. If anyone out there knows, please let me know. They just called a first witness. So Jonna, I'm glad you're back. This is interesting. The judge just said, are you ready to proceed? And they called a first witness, but there was no opening statements. What's going on?
How is that possible?
What's happening?
Why would they not have an opening statement?
Have you ever heard of this?
No.
Raise your right hand.
We've been doing this since
Do you
1993.
solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence
Let's
you shall
listen
give
in, and then we'll
concerning
pick that.
case
This
shall be
is
the truth,
wild
the whole
already.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please
This is a
state your
new
name and
Canaan
spell it for the
police
record.
officer.
Lieutenant Aaron Latourette, spelled Aaron, Latourette, Latourette.
And your affiliation?
I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
COE, can you hop on Twitter and try to find out why there was no opening statement?
Lieutenant Latourette,
Let's
how
listen
are
in
you?
here.
I'm good.
Hi, Lieutenant. Can you please, I introduced you as Sergeant, sir. Please tell your rank, how long have you been a lieutenant, and a little bit about yourself, please.
Yes. I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department. I've been employed there for 23 years, 2 months. During my time at the police department, I've had several schools or training in regards to motor vehicle law, criminal law, leadership, supervision, investigations. I've had several collateral duties while at the police department. Those collateral duties included dispatcher, firearms instructor, motorcycle patrol, special response team. I'm currently the team leader for the special response team. Throughout my career at the New Canaan Police Department, I have been assigned to the patrol division. In 2015, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. And this past year in 2023, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant.
Are you in a particular division or department of the New Canaan Police Department?
The patrol division, yes.
Previous to that, you indicated you were a sergeant.
I was, yes.
Were you in, or assigned, I should say, to a particular division or department as a sergeant?
311 shift, yes.
What is that?
The New Canaan Police Department has 3 different shifts. It's day shift, we work 8 hours. Day shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was a sergeant on the 3 to 11 shift.
Attorney Manning, if you could just instruct the witness that there is an interpreter, and it's fairly difficult to keep up with certain paces. So
If we
witness
can
talk a little bit more slowly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Now, you are, as a, well, Actually, let me bring that back.
Just very quickly, I'm
were you
looking at the
working as a
Stamford
sergeant then in
Advocate, which is the paper
2019?
of record
was,
in
yes.
Stamford,
Is
Connecticut. It
a
says, though
position as
not
a
much
sergeant, are you
information
in
is
uniform?
immediately
On the patrol
available
division, yes, I was
regarding
on
how
shift,
the
I was in
actual
uniform.
trial will take place, the
It-
proceeding will
With
start
respect
with the
to
state calling
May
witnesses. There
12th,
will
May
not
4th,
be opening statements,
2019,
which
drawing your
are
attention to that date
rare in
particular.
Connecticut
What shift were you
trials.
working?
The
Interesting.
evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And again, in uniform?
In uniform, yes.
Does that uniform also include a
Shauna,
body?
you are obviously not aware
It
of this
does.
either, correct?
However, that day in
I am
question,
completely
body
shocked.
cameras were still new,
Yes.
fairly new to the New Canaan Police Department.
Well, let's
We had a
listen in here
limited
for
number
a
of
little
cameras
bit.
that were shared amongst all the patrol officers on the patrol division. One was not available for me to wear that day, that shift. Was either charging a battery or downloading the information that was on the camera. So that particular day, I was not wearing a body camera.
Did you work with any other officers that day?
Yes,
Any other officers that had a body cam on?
yes. Officer Matt Blank, he was working 3 to 11 shift with me. He was wearing a body camera.
Now, did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells in Wells Lane, I should say, in New Canaan that night?
Yes.
Why did you respond there?
The police department had a report, complaint of a missing person at that address.
Who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
Where were you when you heard the report of the missing person?
I was in the police department. I walked up to the dispatch center. Officer Kelly Coughlin was on the phone with the caller or complainant. It was the babysitter for Jennifer Dulos. And Officer Coughlin kind of alerted my attention and said, "Hey, why don't you listen in?" She put the phone on speaker.
Based on what you heard from that call, what did you do?
The caller stated that Jennifer did not.
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
The question was what, and it's non-responsive.
If I may, Your Honor. It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. My question was based on the call.
Shauna, what was that
you
objection
thought
right
to
there?
show
The
what
defense
next steps were
obviously
to proceed.
getting into the gamesmanship mode.
Hearsay is inadmissible, but prosecution is claiming it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That is non-hearsay.
Yes, sir.
The caller stated that Jennifer did not go to a doctor's appointment in New York City and that she was missing. And given the information that Kelly Coughlin, our dispatcher, got at that time, Matt Blank, Officer Matthew Blank, and myself responded to 69 Wells Lane to check that property to see if we could find Jennifer.
What type of area is 69 Wells Lane?
It's a residential area and that street is a dead-end cul-de-sac.
Do you recall around what time you went there?
Approximately 7 p.m.
Your Honor, state has offered states one, and just for the record, if I can, I intend to show photographs with respect to witnesses. I have put them on a disc and shown copies to counsel. I am offering that to play states one at this time. I don't believe that there's an objection.
No objection. I just wanted to make sure we're talking about the same, there's all these discs. So if I could just for a moment converse with counsel. No objection.
States one will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may, it is associated with a states 1A. 1A contains a one-page, I guess, screenshot of each of the photographs that the state intends to introduce to keep track of what is contained on states one. So if I may. Lieutenant Latourette, if I can please draw your attention to the screen behind you. Give it one moment. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do, yes.
What is it?
Is overhead camera view of 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
Your Honor, may I ask Lieutenant Latourette to approach the screen and ask some questions at that point? Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Now, you indicated you responded to 69 Wells. 69 Wells Lane depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please point to it?
It's this residence here. The end of the cul-de-sac is here. And the driveway comes up to the residence, which is here.
And for the record, I believe you're pointing to the middle bottom of the center, I guess, on the screen. Is that correct?
This residence.
Thank you. Now, with respect to, you indicated it's a cul-de-sac, does it go out to a road? Could you point to where the road is, please?
This is Wells Lane. It does travel this direction, and Frogtown Road is out here.
You may have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now, when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, was it dark out?
No, not yet.
How would you describe it?
Daylight, you can see.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
We are looking for Jennifer Dulos, the missing person.
What did you do?
Officer Blank and myself went to the front door. We rang the doorbell, we knocked on the door, and there was no answer.
And again, I'm going to refer you to the screen behind you, sir. And if you can take a look, if you can, please, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Could you please describe what that is?
That is a view of 69 Wells Lane from the bottom of the driveway, looking up the driveway at the residence.
And is that what Wells Lane looked like that night when you responded?
Yes.
Now, you indicated it wasn't dark, it was still light, you could see. Is that the time of day depicted
Yes.
accurately? If I can, just on the top screen, it does, for the record, Your Honor, it indicates 1-101. So it's essentially the first picture on States 1, just for ID purposes. I'm going to show you, sir, what's marked on the top corner as 2. Picture 2, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, the front of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you indicated you knocked on some doors. Is the door that you knocked on contained in that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you wouldn't mind. Okay. If you can just stand up and point, please. Thank you.
This is the front door of the residence.
Okay. Did you go up to the front door of the residence that day?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were there any lights on the property?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you can't, just have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now, did anybody answer?
There was no answer at the residence.
No, it states 3. Actually, I'm sorry. It states 1, picture 3. You can look behind you again, sir. What does that depict?
It's a picture of the front of the residence.
Okay. Is this more of a, I guess, is the same door that was on the previous picture
Yes.
depicted in this?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, just point it out briefly.
This is the front door of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
Thank you. For the record, that's on the lower left-hand portion. And states 1, picture 4. What does this also depict?
That is a view of the front of the house. It appears to be the side of the garage. The right-hand side of that picture will be the driveway and the garage doors.
Which states 1, picture 5. If you can, just take a look and indicate what that shows.
That is the driveway leading to the residence, and it depicts the garage door area of that residence.
When you arrived that day after you knocked on doors, did you go anywhere else on the property or anywhere depicted in these photographs?
Yes, Officer Blank and I did walk the perimeter of the residence to see if we could see anybody inside, to see if any looked like anybody was home. We then returned to the driveway where the garage doors were, and we were provided a code to the garage door by the complainant, the babysitter, and we used that code to enter the garage.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that if I can. But first, if you can, states 1, picture 6. If you can take a look behind you. What does that show, sir?
That shows the rear of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
And by the way, this is obviously more light. Is this photograph taken that night?
It was not, no.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict where you went that night?
Yes,
Are there doors on the back side of the house, please?
there is, yes.
Where are they? If you wouldn't mind getting up and pointing to them, please.
There's a door here, and there's French doors here.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Sir, did you knock on those doors?
We did not. We simply walked around the perimeter of the residence, looked inside to see if those doors were unlocked. They were secure, locked.
Did you touch any of the doorknobs?
We did, yes.
In the course of touching the doorknobs, did you wear gloves?
We were not wearing gloves, no.
Now, you indicated also that you went back to the garage area. Did you attempt to get in through the garage?
We did.
How did you do that?
We were provided a garage code from the babysitter. Officer Coughlin provided that garage code to Officer Blank and myself. We entered that garage code into the keypad and the garage door opened.
Sir, states 1, picture 7. If you can take a look behind you, please. Thank you. What is depicted on that photograph, please?
That is a picture of the garage. It was a 3-car garage. In the center bay of that garage was a black SUV. And it also depicts the keypad that we used to open that garage door.
Did the other garage bays have keypad access?
They did not, know.
Now, as you entered the garage, what did you see?
The black SUV pictured, and it had a New York registration plate.
Did you do anything next, I guess?
Yes, Officer Blank called over the radio to our dispatcher that registration, New York registration plate, to see who the registered owner was and see, who owned that vehicle and why it was there.
Why did you do that?
An attempt to try to figure out where the missing person was.
Did you enter the garage?
We did.
And did you describe the inside of the garage for us, please?
The left garage bay was empty. The right garage bay was empty. A black SUV pictured was in the center garage bay. In front of this vehicle, in the middle of the garage, there was a door that led from the garage into the residence.
Is that door depicted on that photograph?
It is, yes.
Okay, you can. Can you just...
This is the door leading from the garage to the residence.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to, say, the center of the photograph. Thank you. Sir, did you notice anything in the garage that drew your attention?
Officer Blank and myself entered the garage. We walked to the left of that SUV, the driver's side of that vehicle. We walked to the front of that vehicle. I checked the doorknob from the garage, leading from the garage into the residence. The doorknob was unlocked. We waited in front of that vehicle at the door until the dispatcher got back that registration information to us. While we waited, I looked at the vehicle and noticed that there was what appeared to be red blood on the front of that vehicle.
Can you please describe what you saw?
A red mark on the grill area of the vehicle. And again, it drew my attention because it didn't match the color of the grill, didn't match the color of the vehicle.
Was there any damage to the vehicle?
No, we did not. We looked at the vehicle, did not observe any damage. Initially, Officer Blank and myself discussed it possibly could be a deer strike in the roadway. And again, there was no hair, there was no damage indicating any such collision with a deer.
Now, Officer Blank was with you during this time period?
Yes,
And was it your testimony that Officer Blank had a body cam on?
yes.
If I can, Your Honor, the state's intention is to offer at this time states 2, which I don't believe there's any objection, if I can just confer with counsel. I believe there's no objection, Your Honor.
States 2 admitted as a full exhibit. Sir,
I'm going to draw your attention just briefly, if I can, to the screen behind you, and then ask you a question if I can. Do you recognize, sir, what's depicted on that photograph? Or I'm sorry, on that screen?
It appears to be body camera footage.
Is that the body cam footage from May 24th, 2019?
Yes,
And is that actually yourself on the screen?
it is, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the state's intention is to just play it through. I believe it is about 20 minutes. Sir, if you can direct your attention to the screen while we play it. Thank you.
While this is starting, I just want to thank Jonna immensely. She's going to have to get going in a couple of minutes, but Jonna, it was amazing to have you give us this analysis. And we're watching body cam footage right now, the police going through the home. But John, any closing thoughts on this before you head out?
No, this is a typical, foundational background information. Interesting that some of the blood that they had a pretrial motion on, that testimony already came in, something that appeared to be blood. I also want to say your viewers, your fans are amazing. Their questions are so smart. Thank you for having me. I love being here. I'm sure I'll see you in the very near future.
Don't worry. We're definitely calling you back, Jonna. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Really appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
So as we watch this body cam footage, I'm definitely going to stick with you guys until the lunch break at 1 o'clock. I'm doing a show tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern on the Rachel Morn murder. We've got 3 amazing investigators. It's going to be a really fascinating show at 5 p.m. Eastern time. In the afternoon, we will continue to stream this, and it can be a bit of a chat party. And like I said, we will plan to stream this tomorrow as well. And follow me at Podcast STS on Twitter for further information and details at Podcast STS, or on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. But we are going to be heavily involved in this trial the whole way through. 6-week trial, no opening statements, already off to a wild start. Buckle up, and let's see how this all plays out. But we'll be here now. Lunch is in an hour and 8 minutes. So let's watch until then.
light just now. Right there. Mhm. Text on there. No, it's an iPod, but it doesn't make anything. Clear. Mm-hmm. Got it. My bathroom. No, no, it looks like this is. You check that one? Yeah. I got a picture of that one that was hanging there. I got a flash right back out here. You know that this has got to be a dated picture though. That's got to be a really dated picture. The picture's in the poison. Probably. Yeah.
All right, I've located that vehicle. It's parked on the side of the road on Lapham, approaching Talmadge. I have a secondary plate for you to run when you're ready. Connecticut.
I think it's talking about her, so you never know. No. She has a set of Chevy, she goes, and there's a Chevy set of key.
Go with the rest. Connecticut 1, Alpha Juliet, Mike Uniform, Oscar 1HA, NUO. Show that on a blue Mini Cooper, registered to us. Baggers from out of the area.
We could.
Can you send me a mark unit, check on this vehicle? It appears unoccupied at this time. That is it. Alpha Juliet 69099. That is the vehicle, correct? Affirmative, Alpha Juliet 69099, yes.
We're down the road, we'll just check.
That was remain on scene behind the vehicle. Christian, you said you're on Lapham? Was that near the Merritt or more towards Wayman? More
Yeah.
towards the Merritt.
Grab my camera from the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then,
By the lumberyard.
there could be a deer. I don't know, but it's strange. It was wiped at some point, but dried first. Dry edges, what's that? Yeah, when he just called in, he had a lot of scuff in it. There's some back here too. Is there? Yeah, down here too. Strange.
Take pictures, I'll call the LT.
Headquarters to 13 or 70. 13. Can I have one of you units break? Staff relocated the vehicle on Lapham. momentarily. Receive 2015. We got Lapham near America.
Can I verify that was a plate? On the lower portion of the car. And it looks like it's been buffed or stripped or scratched all down through the driver's side. And I don't know, could be a deer strike, but it's just very restrained. It's a big garage. Oh, all right. Well, we're taking pictures and then we'll be out of here. And then we'll meet up with the captain on Lapham. Roger that. Thank you, sir. All right, thanks. Bye.
Well, it's just strange in connection with the fact that we've got a missing person or potentially a missing person. You know? And, yeah, there's scrapes on this side too, but there's no blood near them, so whatever they hit went down this side of the vehicle. Splattered all. Yeah. It's hard to get a picture of because the flash on this thing isn't working, I guess. He says it's unoccupied.
Last one again. Stat 3, just confirming that vehicle is unoccupied.
All right, there we go. All right, there's some in the tire too.
Proceed. If you like, I can request the dog to do a track. I have 13 and 7.
All over there.
Proceed. I'll leave that at their discretion.
It's all blood. All right.
13 at headquarters. Affirmative. See if we can get a Canine. And before we leave here, we might need to track.
Her jacket's in her purse.
As long as you can make access, you'll be able to track right off the driver's seat.
Let's grab that key.
Yep, that's a good idea. I thought he said he came back to a Mini
The
Cooper.
thing is saying that there might be an extra key that's suburban in the residence. In the hospital.
That's affirmative. We're grabbing the key. The residence is clear. We'll be in route Lapham.
Received. I'll go on the hotline so we can locate Canaan.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me, especially because like it's like a pattern here. You know what I mean?
It's clothing.
Right, not fur, but there it's up here too. It's hard to get any of this. This camera's here. We should get a better camera. Hopefully this is getting it though. Right? Usually if you hit a deer and there's blood in your car, you take it to the car wash and get it cleaned, especially a Range Rover.
Scrapes there. Let's see if there's any damage in Suburban. I mean, this is grandma's car, so you know, but scrapes there.
Okay. Get your camera out, get your light out of here. Wash my pictures out. All right.
Lieutenant Latourette, just a couple questions if I can, based on what we just saw. Now, when an individual wears a body camera, where do they normally wear it?
On the center of their body to project what kind of the officer would see.
Throughout the course of your walking through 69 Wells, did you look into closets and other, I guess, cubby holes, if you will?
Yes, we checked the residence for anywhere we believed a person could be.
And there was also a photograph taken of a picture of the children on the wall. Do you recall that on the video in States 2?
Yes,
Why was that photograph taken?
just to see if we could, who lived at the residence, any possible occupants of the residence, and to see if that might help us in identifying or locating a missing person.
While you were conducting the search of 69 Wells, did you wear gloves?
Did not, no.
Did Officer Blanks wear gloves?
No.
Now, there was also a point in the video in States 2 that there was a purse in the kitchen. Do you recall that?
Yes, Officer Coughlin had relayed to Officer Blank and myself that there was Jennifer's purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen, and normally if she was not home.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, the response was the purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen. And then the court does not know what was coming next.
Well, my question for the court's knowledge, my next question was going to be, why'd you go through the purse?
That's irrelevant.
Well, overruled.
You can answer, sir.
So the babysitter, Lauren, had told Officer Coughlin that the purse would normally not be at the residence if Jennifer was not at the residence. So we looked at the purse to see if we could find any information as to where Jennifer might be. And we noticed that on top of the purse, there was a spring light type jacket. And inside we noticed a notepad that Officer Blank looked at. And we also noticed that there was a key fob or a set of keys for a Chevy vehicle.
With respect to that Chevy vehicle, did you, well, withdraw that if I can. Did you do anything with those keys?
Yes, those keys were taken from 69 Wells Lane, and we ultimately took them to Lapham Road where the Chevy was located by Captain Walsh.
Where is Lapham Road?
Lapham Road is in the southwestern area of New Canaan, and it borders Waveney Park.
What is Waveney Park?
Waveney Park is a large acreage area in New Canaan. It is a public park that's open to the community, and it has several walking trails, has a dog park, has a swimming pool, has playing fields. So it's a community park.
If I can, I'm going to show you and direct your attention back to the screen behind you. The state is returning to States 1. Play, place on it. Okay, States 1, picture marked 11. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph, sir?
Yes, it's an aerial photo of a portion of Waveney Park. It also includes Lapham Road.
Would you mind, sir, getting up, if it's okay with the court, if I can have him stand up and just answer a few questions about that screen? If you could please identify Lapham Road if it's on that photograph.
Lapham Road runs here.
And there is another road, I'm sorry, just for the record, that was, I guess, well, let me ask this, is that north or south? Or
The way I orient Lapham Road in regards to this map is it runs north and south. And this road here is the Merritt Parkway. I call in the portion of New Canaan, Merritt Parkway runs easterly.
okay, so for the record, for Lapham Road north to south would be in the middle of States 1, picture 11, and the Merritt Parkway. Did you point to the bottom, I guess, left to right? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is Waveney, or sorry, this is the Merritt Parkway.
Okay. Is Waveney Park depicted on that photograph?
Yes, the area of Waveney Park is this area here, the open fields and wooded area. And the property also crosses Lapham Road over here. This area here is a mulch pile. The town of New Canaan Public Works collects leaves and they mulch them in this area here.
And just for the record, the Waveney Park would be on the, I guess if you're looking at the right side of the photograph, and the mulch pile, I guess in the middle. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is the mulch pile. Right side of the photograph is Waveney Park.
Thank you. Is there an entrance onto or into Waveney Park from Lapham Road?
Yes.
Where is that?
As you look at the picture, the entrance to Waveney Park is going to be here. You can see the roadway going up through the park.
You say roadway, is that for vehicles?
It is, yes.
Is there any entrance to Waveney Park off of Lapham Road that is for pedestrians?
Yes, there's hiking trails all throughout the wooded area surrounding the park. Along the Lapham Road, there is pull-offs on the dirt area alongside Lapham Road, both sides of the roadway.
By pull-offs, what do you mean?
It's an area on the shoulder of the road. It's just dirt where vehicles have parked, and it allows a vehicle to park fully off the travel portion of Lapham Road.
And where are there cutoffs, if you will, or pullouts off of Lapham Road are they depicted on that photograph?
You can't really see them due to the wooded area. However, they're going to be north of the Merritt Parkway. So between the mulch pile and the Merritt Parkway, this portion here where will be where all those pull-offs are and vehicles can park.
Let me see if I could. If I can, Your Honor, I am zooming in. To right, the mulch pile, is that on the upper middle to the left?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you see the, I guess, some of the cutoffs on that?
It is hard to see because of the tree line, the vegetation. However, some of these open areas in the vegetation would be some of the pull-offs. Again, they're both sides of the roadway, both sides of Lapham Road.
Did you go to Lapham Road that day?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to this area here on the southern shoulder of Lapham Road.
Why did you go there?
Captain Walsh located a black Chevy Suburban that Jennifer Dulos drives.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yes, a Chevy key fob out of a purse located at 69 Wells Lane.
You could have a seat, sir, if I can. States 1, picture 12. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the area of Lapham Road that I just described, the pull-off parking spaces. That is the southbound shoulder.
Okay. When you say southbound shoulder, is that could you just explain it with direction of the Merritt Parkway? Perhaps if you can stand up again, I'm sorry, but where would the direction of the Merritt Parkway be in relation to this photograph?
So the black Chevy Suburban in this picture is pointing in the direction of the Merritt Parkway. So as the Lapham Road travels towards Merritt Parkway, a Chevy Suburban is parked on the right-hand side of the road.
Did the vehicle look like that when you arrived that night?
Yes.
I don't know why the TV just went. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, the
Yeah.
TV. There you go. All right. I can always fix something. All right, sir. When you arrived, was Officer Blank with you?
We had different patrol vehicles, but we both traveled from 69 Wells Lane to Lapham Road.
Is there another cutout or pullout depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
Could you point to it, please?
Yes. This area here, the dirt pull off.
It's a center middle of the photograph.
Yes.
Is there another one on the other side, like towards the Merritt Parkway side?
There is, yes.
How many cutoffs are on that side of the road?
I believe 3 or 4.
If there are 3 or 4, do you recall how many were behind, I guess, facing north of the Chevy, and how many were in front going towards the Merritt Parkway?
1 behind and at least 1 in front of.
You can have a seat, sir. I'm sorry. And just briefly, states 1, picture 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that, please?
it is a black Chevy Suburban.
Now, what did you do when you got to Lapham Road?
We were looking for a missing person, Jennifer Dulos. Officer Blank and myself checked the trail that runs parallel to the Merritt Parkway. We walked, looked on the trail looking for anything that would lead us to the missing person.
Okay, when you say parallel to the Merritt Parkway, if I can go back to the here, states 1, picture 11. Is the area that you walked depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please just point to it?
So the Suburban was found in this area on a pull-off. Officer Blank and myself walked on a trail parallel to the parkway in this area,
Why'd you go there?
looking for any indications of a missing person.
Did you take note of anything in your walk? What did you do after you did that? You can have seats.
A police officer from Wilton Police Department arrived on scene, a Canaan officer. Officer Blank and I returned to Lapham Road where the Suburban was located.
What did you do next, if anything?
Officer Blank assisted the Canaan officer. I stayed with the vehicle and Captain Walsh on Lapham Road.
At some point, did you return to 69 Wells?
Yes,
Did you go into Waveney Park, by the way, at any point besides that walk on that you just described?
no.
When did you return to 69 Wells?
After the Canaan conducted a search in the area of Lapham Road and Waveney Park, no track was able to be established. So I was instructed to go from Lapham Road with a Canaan handler back to Wells Lane to see if we could do a search from that location.
Did you follow the canine into Waveney Park or anything like that?
No,
Okay. So when you returned to 69 Wells, did you return with Officer Blank?
no.
And what did you do when you returned to 69 Wells?
Myself and the Canaan handler from Wilton Police Department arrived at 69 Wells. I used that code that was provided to open that garage door, and we entered the garage. The Canaan handler stated he needed a scent item in order to conduct a search for the missing person, Jennifer Dulos. I knew there was a spring jacket located on top of the purse, so we went to that location, grabbed that spring jacket.
What did you do with the jacket?
The Canaan handler placed it in the middle of the driveway for his canine to get a scent.
Now, did the canine conduct a search?
It did.
Okay. Did you have play any role in connection with that search?
No, I stayed in the driveway.
What did you do? Well, strike that. Did you go inside the garage again?
Yes,
Did you make any further observations in the garage?
yes.
So what did you observe?
When we entered the garage, we went on the right side of the vehicle, the black SUV, a Range Rover. On the right passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, I observed what appeared to be a footprint, reddish in color, could have been a footprint of blood.
States 1, photograph 9. So I'm going to have you take a look behind you again. You can. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Here, I'm going to scroll in. What is that?
It appears to be a toe portion of a footprint. And
Is that what you observed in the garage that night?
yes,
Did you make any other observations?
yes. To the right side of that garage, as you enter the garage door, there was garbage cans. On the exterior of the garbage can near the lid, there appeared to be a red color that appeared to be blood.
And anything else?
Not that I can recall at this time.
I'm going to show you 2 more photographs if I can. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. States 1, photograph 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in that?
Yes. Appears to be drops on the rear portion, the rear left or driver's side of that vehicle, drops on the concrete floor.
And one more, please. States 10. I'm sorry, states 1, photograph 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it appears to be an area of the concrete floor that appears to be smeared, pinkish, reddish in color, as if something was cleaned up.
Did you, after making these observations, did you convey them to anybody?
Yes, I notified the shift commander, Lieutenant Ogrins, and Captain Walsh, who was still on Lapham Road with the Chevy Suburban.
What did you do next, if anything?
Detective Officer Patton arrived at 69 Wells Lane. It was determined that that location was going to be a crime scene, and the shift commander notified the state police.
Why the state police?
Their crime investigations.
May I ask, does New Canaan have a crime scene unit?
We have an investigative unit, but we don't have the capabilities that the state police has.
In what way?
Limited resources.
Okay. And did the state police come out to 69 Wells that night?
Yes.
Did you have any further, did you do anything else that night?
Yes. Later on in the evening, while still at 69 Wells Lane, I believe it was around 11:30 p.m., I conducted a neighborhood canvass, which means I go door to door, just seeing if I can find any information in regards to whatever the case is we're investigating. I did speak to a few neighbors. I was also looking for any cameras that residences might have, whether it's a Ring camera by the door or security footage cameras on any houses or residences.
Did you download any video cameras or anything that night?
No.
Now, at some point, did you get your fingerprints or palm prints?
Yes.
I guess tested, is that the right word?
Yes. One of the state police investigators from the crime unit came out and they took palm prints, handprints, fingerprints of me.
And that was in connection of this case?
Yes.
I may just have one moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I just want to make sure that when I plug in my USB cord that it switches, so if I may. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. My name is John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Troconis in this case. I just have a few questions. The time that was on the video body camera that we watched, was that accurate?
I don't remember what time the video camera showed.
Well, my notes said that it started at looked like 17:57. That would be about 7:57 at night. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Let me rephrase the question. If it says at some point as we're watching it, 20:00, would that be 8 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, were the body cameras even back then synchronized so that they were at least close in time to actual time that you were in?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were in that house at approximately 8 p.m. on May 24th?
Yes.
And you said, I think you did say that it was still light out, correct?
Yes.
And you were not yourself wearing a body camera that night, is that right?
I was not, no.
Now, I noticed in your uniform today, you have a box in the center of your uniform just below your body microphone. Is that where the body camera would have been on Officer Blank that night?
Yes.
So it's center of the body, sort of view of the person who is wearing, correct?
Correct.
And of course, you've seen that video prior to just now, correct?
Correct.
As you went through the house, you looked at each and every room, right?
Yes.
You looked in closets, I think was the answer to one of the questions by the state, correct?
Yes.
And in a couple of the places, there was some clothing on the floor, according to that video, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through any of the items of clothing at that point, other than the jacket you mentioned?
No.
You talked about a canine. Was this a tracking dog?
I'd have to ask the Wilton canine handler.
Well, I was going to ask you, was there more than one dog that night that was sent to either to the house on Wells Lane or to the Waveney Park?
Yes, more canines were called to that area after the Wilton police canine had left.
You indicated that Officer Blank remained at that location, is that right? At the Waveney Park that night after you left?
Yes,
Do you know whether he accompanied any dog search, that is, any canine searching dog that night?
he did assist the Wilton canine that I was assisting at Wells Lane. He did assist that canine handler at Lapham Road and Waveney Park.
And just so that we're differentiating between the two, do you recall that that was a canine and a canine handler from the town of Newtown?
It was Wilton Police Department.
The one with you, what about the one at Waveney Park?
The initial one that initially responded was the Wilton canine,
All right, so same one or different one that went with you?
same one.
All right, so I'm saying, was there a separate canine dog and a handler that came there that night that you're aware of?
There very well could have been. I don't remember at this time.
That was going to be my question.
Mhm.
So you did not observe Officer Blank accompanying a canine handler into the woods at Waveney Park, correct?
I did, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it the same dog that then went with you and its handler to the house at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Now, in the parking lot right outside of the garage, you recall, according to the your images, that there was a basketball hoop there. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Was the basketball hoop facing the garage or was it facing away from the garage?
Facing the garage.
You indicated that you took a key fob with you from the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you use that key fob to see if it connected to the Suburban at Waveney Park?
I did not know.
Who did you give that fob to?
Officer Blank.
Did you observe Officer Blank use that fob to open up or to attempt to open the locked door on the Suburban?
I did not know.
Now, if I could just go back for a moment to, there's the image, I believe, 11, states 11 on this exhibit. And I just want to clarify, if you would look behind you there, I'm not going to ask you to stand up, but this is the satellite image of Waveney Park. Is that correct?
A portion of Waveney Park, yes.
All right. And I want to clarify directions. You said that the Merritt Parkway heads basically east and west through New Canaan. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Right. So would you just indicate whether east is to the right of this image or to the left of this image?
East is to the, is going to be, rephrase the question, sir.
Yeah. You're looking at an image on a screen.
Mhm.
Is it on this side closest to the window and the jury, or is it closer to the judge where he's sitting? Here where you are.
It's going to be closer to the window, closer to the jury, the right-hand side of the picture.
All right. And I'm just going to use my mouse for a section. You indicated, did you not, if you look at the screen, that you walked along a section of the park in a easterly, he said easterly, right? Yeah, easterly direction, parallel to the Merritt Parkway. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also go across Lapham in a westerly direction, in this other direction here, across on the other side?
I did not, no.
And so that we're also clear, was you're saying Lapham in this area generally is north-south, correct?
Correct.
Would the car, according to those pictures that we saw, in the Suburban, be looking at this image, on the left side of Lapham Road looking down, or on the right side from this map?
The left side of Lapham Road, looking down.
Right. And so we're clear for the record, you're talking about the side where you see the leaf piles, the mulch piles that we see on that area, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to also orient the park. Does Waveney Park include any of the area to this area around the leaf mulch area?
I don't know exactly where the property lines are. I know north of the leaf pile, there is a Frisbee golf area that belongs to the park.
And does the park continue and then stop at the bottom at the Merritt Parkway?
That is the border of the park, the Merritt Parkway.
And if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, this area along both sides of Lapham near the parkway is raised, it's elevated above the parkway, is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that if you walked along in the park, parallel to the parkway, you're looking down, you're seeing the roofs of cars as they drive by on the Merritt Parkway.
It depends on the portion of the park. Certain portions may be elevated, but a lot of portions would be parallel to or even to as you're walking on the trail.
Well, I'm talking about the part where you were walking. That would be-
Parallel to the road, even to the road.
That side was even?
Portions of it, yes.
All right, so does Lapham Road then cross under the Merritt Parkway?
Lapham Road goes over top.
Over. So there isn't a big hill approaching the Merritt Parkway, is there?
On Lapham Road?
On Lapham Road.
No.
So in order for it to go straight across Lapham Road, it has to be elevated above the parkway, right?
In certain portions, yes.
Well, I'm talking about where Lapham Road crosses the Merritt Parkway.
Where Lapham Road crosses the parkway, there is a drop down to the parkway.
All right. And is that also true if you go in the other direction on the other side of Lapham Road?
What was the question, sir?
Yeah, isn't it also raised up at that point?
The wooded area or the road, sir?
The wooded area.
The wooded area depends on where you are in that wooded area, sir.
How about parallel to the Merritt Parkway? Isn't that elevated well above the Merritt Parkway?
I don't recall at this time.
Fair enough. So in any event, this area, according to at least this map, has a lot of trees. Is that a fair statement?
Certain portions of the park, yes. As depicted in the picture, there is a wide open field as well.
Well, the field, I didn't ask you about the field. That's up, as you can see, sort of across from where the mulch field is, correct? You're referring to this area that's in a different color, sort of a lighter green and yellow, yellowish green lawn, right?
Yes.
So I'm talking about the forested area.
Okay.
These are mature trees in that area. Isn't that true?
Yes.
We're talking about really tall trees with large trunks, correct?
Most of them.
And you can walk through that area without falling over a bunch of little branches and small bushes, correct?
The trails are maintained. If you're off the trail, there's going to be bushes and shrubbery.
If you go the park to the, if you continue in a westerly direction, the park is also bordered by something that we see in this picture, correct? This line here. See that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the Metro North Railroad.
Right. So there was, in 2019, there was an active Metro North Railroad line that paralleled the western portion of the park, correct?
Yes.
And right here by the base of, the train crosses the Merritt Parkway, that's also an elevated railroad crossing, correct?
I'm not familiar with that crossing of the parkway, sir.
Fair enough, but right below that is a train station, is it not?
Yes.
That's the Talmadge Hill Metro North Station, correct?
Yes.
It's a commuter rail station, right?
Yes.
Let me just ask you a little bit about Lapham Road. Lapham Road, I noticed, we can go back to some of those pictures that we just looked at. I think number 12. There's a double, this is I guess 11. There's a double yellow line, is there not, on Lapham Road in this area?
Yes.
So Lapham Road, at least in this area, is a major thoroughfare in the town of New Canaan. Isn't that true?
It depends on your definition of a major thoroughfare.
Well, we're not talking about the Merritt Parkway. So I'm asking, is it a well-traveled road?
Yes.
So it's not a remote part of town where only local residents would use, right?
Right.
You've ever done traffic enforcement on Lapham Road?
I have.
Sometimes the traffic on a weekday is very heavy, isn't it?
It depends on the time of day.
Sure. People use the park. This is a main access to get to the Waveney Park entrance, isn't it?
It is one of the entrances to the park.
And there is traffic from your experience back in 2019 and before throughout the day, at least, correct?
Objection.
Well, there was traffic back and forth throughout the day on the date in question. What's the objection?
Relevance.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Back in 2019, that there was a well-traveled road that during the day, there would be a fair amount of traffic traveling back and forth on Waveney Road, including accessing the park, correct?
Again, it depends on what your interpretation or definition of fair amount of traffic is. I don't have any traffic statistics, but it was a traveled road by vehicles, yes.
As opposed to a remote part of New Canaan, which there also is, correct?
Yes.
By these pictures that we're looking at, including Exhibit 11, were these, do you know, taken that evening after you arrived at the scene?
The picture on the screen, sir?
Would you, if you look at the screen, please?
I don't know if that picture was taken that night, because by the time I arrived on Lapham Road, it would have been dark.
That's
Or
my
darker.
question. This picture appears to have been taken at least during somewhat daylight hours, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Unless somebody adjusted the lighting, but it appears not to have been taken at the time of your arrival, correct?
Correct.
But is that the exact position you found the vehicle parked in that turnout on Lapham Road?
It appears to be, yes.
By the way, when you arrived, the garage, was it open or closed at that residence at 69 Wells Lane?
The garage, all three bays of the garage were closed.
And you said, you testified that someone gave you the code so you could open it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you opened the middle bay. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you first walked in, you walked to the right of the vehicle, correct?
No.
You walked to the left of the vehicle?
Correct.
And when you first walked in, nothing stood out to you immediately as being out of the ordinary. Is that correct? When you first went in?
When I first entered the garage, no.
And then you went through the house, nothing stood out to you as being out of place, except maybe the fact that you saw a purse on the floor, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there a redirect?
One moment. Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. If I can, Your Honor, call my next witness as well. Scott Romano. If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Just jumping in here. So that police officer, the lieutenant from New Canaan, just wrapped up, and this guy, I just had his name, something Romano, Scott Romano. There you go. The next guest, I don't know who he is. Looks like he has a FBI type lapel pin.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Scott Romano, Romano,
And your affiliation?
retired sergeant from the Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
And you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Retired
May I
New
inquire, Your
Canaan
Honor?
Yes.
sergeant.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So you are retired from the New Canaan Police Department?
Correct.
When did you retire?
June of 2023.
They're supposed to break in 14 minutes for lunch.
And what rank were you when you retired?
Sergeant in the investigation section,
How long were you a sergeant in the investigation section?
5 years.
Could you just describe briefly, well, I'll start with this. Could you please describe some of your training and experience as a New Canaan police officer and then sergeant?
Sure. After graduating the police academy, I was assigned to the patrol division. During my time there, I functioned as a motor officer, a field training officer, an instructor, an accident reconstructionist, with a couple of additional duties. And then after being promoted, I did patrol for a short time and was then assigned to the investigation section.
What kind of crimes does the investigative section investigate, I guess?
Everything from bad checks or simple frauds to stolen vehicles to murders.
Does New Canaan have a, I guess, crime scene unit?
Not specifically, no.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to May of 2019, specifically May 24th, 2019. Were you working that day?
I was not working that day.
Did you have occasion to respond to the New Canaan Police Department?
I did. I was contacted by the on-duty detective who requested assistance with a missing persons case.
Who was the on-duty detective?
Detective Tom Patton,
And the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
About what time or how did you get contacted?
I was contacted by phone at approximately 9 p.m. Detective Patton explained very briefly what he had been called on and asked me to come in and assist him as we started the investigation.
Where did you go?
Initially, I went to the police department to grab some equipment, and then I responded to Lapham Road outside of Waveney Park, where Jennifer's vehicle had been located.
Were you alone?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you respond in uniform?
No, I was in plain clothes.
Where on Lapham Road did you respond to?
So the vehicle was located just south of the back entrance to Waveney Park on the southbound shoulder of Lapham Road.
When you arrived, was anybody else on scene?
Officer Blank from the patrol division was there with the vehicle.
Could you just briefly explain what Waveney Park is, please?
It's approximately a 250-acre park located on the south side or south edge of Canaan that's used for different passive recreation.
May I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just want to check before. All right, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. States 4. States 4, this is designated as picture 12 on the upper left corner. For the record, Your Honor. Sir, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
that was Jennifer Dulos' vehicle.
When did you, what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I was briefed quickly by Officer Blank, and then I effectively took over securing that vehicle and making sure nobody had any contact with it until we decided further what was going to need to be done with it.
How did you do that?
By physically staying next to the vehicle during the course of the overnight. I did a preliminary walk around to make sure I understood what was there and what wasn't there, and then basically just secured it so it was not touched.
Could you describe the car, please?
It was a black Chevy Suburban as depicted. There was nothing initially remarkable, although looking at the passenger side, which is the side that's against the wood line, it was I noted at my initial walk around with a flashlight that it appeared that something had been wiped on the side of the vehicle. There were streaks in it and some marks that looked, although dirt may have been brushed off it without being washed first, there were scratches and some small amounts of what looked like, from my experience, to be a blood-like substance in different locations on the lower part of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, sir, if you can, states 4, picture what's marked as 11. When you mentioned you did a walk around the vehicle, well, I strike that. How close was the car parked to the wood line?
It was up against the brush on the side of the road, so you really couldn't get into the passenger side of the vehicle without a little bit of effort.
Did you attempt to get into the car?
No, not at any point in time during the night.
Now, you mentioned those marks on the side of the car. Were those marks on the side of the car that is depicted in this photograph?
No, they were on the passenger side of the car that would be against the wood line.
Where on the vehicle did you see those marks?
I believe it was the right passenger door and the lower section near the running board.
Did you advise anybody of what you had found?
I mentioned to Detective Patton that I noticed it, and we just, at that point, kept note of it so that we could further look into that at a later time.
By the way, do you know when these photographs were taken?
I believe those were taken on the morning of the 25th.
So from, am I correct in saying you arrived at Lapham Road at 9 o'clock? Was that your testimony?
It was actually probably closer to 10:30 by the time I drove from home to work and then got to Lapham Road.
Could we at least have an AM versus PM? That's not been established yet, but it seems it's obvious, but I would ask that there clarification.
Sure.
Sure. So I was contacted at 9 p.m. on the 24th, and I arrived on scene at approximately 10:30 p.m.
Attorney Manning, before you proceed, you identified this in the packet as states 4. Was
Yes.
states 4 admitted as a full exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without objection. She may not have indicated, but she asked me and I said I had no objection.
States 4 will be admitted as a full exhibit. The record has to be complete.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And as I indicated, all the photographs are contained per witnesses, so that's why they are directed in that way. So, sir, you arrived on scene between 10:30 and do you recall around what time this photograph was taken?
Sometime after 7 a.m., but I don't recall exactly what time it was.
Did you remain on scene the whole night?
Yes, I did.
Who took the photograph?
I believe that was Detective Matt Riley from the State Police.
And did you observe him taking the photograph?
I was present when he was taking the photos, yes.
Now, at that time, when Detective Riley arrived on scene or on Lapham Road, did anything happen to the car?
So we eventually determined that to further investigate, that it should be impounded so it could be properly processed. So we did, the keys had been transferred to me when I took over, so I had the keys to the vehicle. We then determined it should be towed back to police headquarters where it could be impounded inside so that nothing was disturbed.
Could you please explain the process of how that tow would have happened, or how it did happen, I should say?
So we contacted the department's on-duty wrecker, which was from town. They showed up on scene. I then, wearing gloves, I entered the vehicle so that we could limit any kind of exposure to anyone else. We couldn't initially start the vehicle, first because it was left in reverse. It was not actually in park. Secondly, because the battery was dead. So what we did is used a booster pack from the towing company to actually start it, which I did in the driver's seat, and then I drove it up onto the flatbed truck so it could be brought back to police headquarters.
And was it brought back to police headquarters?
It was. It was then put inside an impound bay, of which I backed it off of the tow truck and parked it in the bay.
Did you follow the vehicle, or the tow truck, I should say, from Lapham Road back to headquarters?
Yes, I did.
Why were you the person to enter the car again?
Because I've been the only person that had been in the car, to our knowledge. So as far as police personnel went, I was the only one that entered it. Therefore, again, keeping any disturbance to a minimum. It was the easiest way to take care of things.
After the vehicle was secured at headquarters, what did you do?
I then responded to Wells Lane, 69 Wells Lane, and met with Sergeant Albisson from the State Police.
did a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, and then we began to canvass the area to see if we could find any security camera systems that may have picked up any activity in that area.
When you say a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, what do you mean?
I was shown the garage area and a basic look at the kitchen area, and that was all.
Did you walk through the rest of the house?
Not at that time, no.
Now, well, where did you go after that?
So we began with houses on Wells Lane, actually just walking the area and looking for any exterior cameras mounted on any of the houses that could have potentially picked up any activity the previous day.
Okay, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. States 4, upper left corner indicates 69 Wells Lane. Do you recognize what's depicted upon that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is an overhead view of Wells Lane, including 69 Wells and the other adjacent houses.
Just briefly, and if I may, Your Honor, just if you can point it out. If you can, sir, can you please stand up and direct where 69 Wells Lane is?
So I believe this should be 69 Wells Lane.
Now, when you walked the neighborhood, where did you go?
We looked at any house that had a view of the street, specifically 54 Wells Lane, that we observed cameras mounted on the exterior of the residence that did pick up the street and would have shown anybody coming in or out, or at least we hoped it would at that time.
If I can, sir, when you say 54 Wells Lane, I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit. Is that 54 Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
And why were you interested in this property?
So we noted that there were cameras on the exterior, and if I can get
If you
back
can,
up.
please.
Specifically, we noted there were cameras on the front of the house, so the face is Wells Lane, and on the end of the house near the garage area of the parking court. And those appeared at that time, they would pick up the street view.
And what did you do once you noticed the cameras?
We were able to make contact, specifically with this residence, we were able to make contact with the owner and asked him if we could review the system, which he agreed to. And we did actually look at it and noted that it picked up views of the street from 2 locations, both the garage end and the face of the house, and reviewed it briefly. The owner was incredibly cooperative, did give us access to the unit. It was initially brought back to police headquarters to do a download of the hard drive, which we were unsuccessful at the time because we couldn't get access and the owner wasn't sure how to access it. It was returned back to the owner's residence. It was reconnected. We were able to use his cell phone to review video from that day. At the time, we targeted, based on information we had, a morning section where we were able to pick up pictures or video rather of Jennifer Dulos' vehicle leaving in the morning and returning, and then leaving for a second time and not returning.
Okay. Now, a couple questions about that. You indicated there was a time frame that you were interested in. What was that time frame?
It was in the morning from just before 8 a.m. Through, at that time, we weren't really sure, through at least noon.
Did you watch that time frame on, I guess, at the property of 54 Wells?
At the property, initially we did, and that's when we noted her vehicle leaving, returning, and leaving again.
Now, you mentioned 2 cameras. If you wouldn't mind standing up and approaching the screen and just pointing out where those cameras were located.
So camera 3 is located on the south end of the house in the area of the driveway. And camera 7 is located on the face of the house, or the front, facing out directly to Wells Lane.
And Wells Lane, is that the road in front of 54 Wells?
Yes, it is.
And if you are heading towards the, I guess, upper left-hand corner, what direction is that?
It's effectively southbound. So in other words, if you're traveling in the road from here to here, that's roughly running southbound.
Okay. And is there a road on top of that?
It intersects with Frogtown Road, which is in the picture here.
I'll scroll back out.
Okay, would be located up here, although you can't quite see it in the trees.
Okay. Your Honor, does Your Honor wish to break at
Yes,
this
the
time?
time is approximately 1 o'clock. We'll stand in our lunch and recess and resume at 2 o'clock.
All rise. This honorable.
And I was talking to the COE. Looks like lunch has arrived. This judge doesn't mess around with lunch. It is 1 o'clock on the nose. Again, he said every day court will convene at 10 a.m. There will be a break at 11:15 a.m., which happened today right on the nose. And then lunch is 1 to 2. I believe there's a break at 3:15, and then court ends every day at 4:45. So this is day one of the Michelle Troconis trial in the death of Jennifer Farber Dulos. Of course, her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos, committed suicide, leaving Michelle Troconis to fend for herself in this trial. Sort of a wild first day for those of us who are not in Connecticut, because none of us knew that there are no such thing as opening statements, or they are very rare in Connecticut, and there were no opening statements here. Um, Someone says the judge must be hangry, and so am I. No breakfast from me, and no lunch yet. It's called intermittent fasting, I think. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here. Special, huge shout out to Jonna Spilbor, who is providing live coverage and analysis. I believe there will be closing arguments. Debbie Gibby is asking that. I believe that that will happen at the end of this, what is expected to be about a 6-week trial. Hi from France. That is pretty awesome. We've got the global audience here. And Trish Norman saying she likes opening statements. So do I. But Space Coast on the West Coast, the COE, myself, Steve Cohen, and the mods are going to gather up and figure out the best way to do this moving forward. But we are going to take the trial live tomorrow all day. We will not have analysis, but I'll be bouncing in and out, and it'll be a chat party. Hello from Barbados. Love that as well. The COE. What do you have to say, Bugs?
Hi. Hi, everyone. COE here. I just wanted to remind you guys, and maybe Joel said it and I'm being repetitive, so I apologize. So we are going to keep the feed up throughout lunch. So those of you that want to hang out and chit chat and just eat lunch with us, whatever, you guys can stick around. We are going to keep this up. I'll put the image of the thumbnail up so that you guys know that this is still going on. Some of us are going to remain in the chat. Joel will probably take a lunch break since he's definitely hangry. I can already tell. He also has to prep for shows. Some of us, again, may or may not be around. So if you need anything, please flag us. For the afternoon, we are going to be doing some polls. I know a couple of you guys had mentioned that. And during the lunch break, we are going to be putting up some graphics for you guys. If you guys need anything, you can always email us for anything urgent or any questions, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com.
A couple questions. Look at this. The Baltics in the house. Illuminator, like illuminator. Lunch ends at 2 p.m. This judge is prompt, so you can expect court to resume at 2 p.m. promptly. I will come in and out in the afternoon, I believe. And then a reminder, 5 p.m. Eastern tonight, we are doing the Rachel Morin trial. Not trial. And you can tell how hungry I am and tired. We are doing the Rachel Morin murder, and we've got 3 amazing investigators coming on who have kind of taken it to be their own personal mission to help find the killer. And so we will be speaking to them. One of them, of course, is Scott Duffy, who you all know. Russian Aloha, thank you for this. Best channel on YouTube. I have to agree, not because of me, but because of best guests and the better community. So thank you all. I'll dip back in, and we'll see you at 5 p.m. Eastern for a full show, and we will take this tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm trying to do something kind of crazy. I don't know if I can pull it off, but Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model, is in court early, like 9:15 a.m. in Miami. We're going to try to stream that and then pivot to this right at 10 a.m. And then I'm supposed to do Phil and Scott, Great Scott, your true crime Phil. I'm in touch with them to see if we can do that tomorrow at 5 p.m. So until then, I'll see you.
Do not end the stream. Do not end the stream.
Can I close my laptop, Bugs, or leave it up?
Yeah, you can close it because I'm in and Space Coast is in.
But doesn't that end the stream if I close the laptop?
No, because we're in and I'm in this on your account. We're also live and everyone can hear us.
See what I know about this is good. We can argue too.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
just keep it up. You can just close your computer and you're fine.
COE, you have the face that
Jennifer.
should be on camera. I should be we have to swap spaces. I can't even think right now. All right, guys, I'll see you in the afternoon.
All right, everyone that is sticking around, I put this back up here. I just want to remind you guys and clarify because we put this up at the beginning of the show. And if you didn't see this, I just want to explain that Michelle Troconis did change the banner on her Twitter account and she put this up here. It says, "It's been 4.5 years since I was wrongly accused. Today I stand here with my family and friends by my side. Their love and support keep me strong. I have faith in justice and the jury system, and I'm ready to finally move forward with this trial. Gracias." So this is what she put up there. We're not sure when she put this up, but it was updated over the last, I believe, 48 hours or so. So I took a screenshot of it and I'm sharing it here. Someone else was also asking in the chat about her whereabouts before the trial. I know that she did have an ankle monitor, but she was allowed to travel and was traveling between Colorado, Florida, and Connecticut. So I just wanted to share that information with you. Again, we are going to keep this stream up. If you need to take a break, please do that. Sorry if you hear Ethel in the background barking. I also wanted to just give a very, very, very big shout out to all of our mods. If you did not know this, our mods volunteer their time. So some of them are going to be hanging out with us today for, I don't know, 7-8 hours just for fun, just because they love STS that much. And so I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys. You guys are more than mods. You really are our family, and we couldn't do STS without you. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knows how amazing our mods are. Thank you to STS Nation. I realize so many of you guys are also here with us for many, many hours every single day. So I just wanted to give all of you guys a shout out. I'm going to get off here, but I will be in the chat if you need anything. And again, I'll try to put some graphics up for those of you that are hanging out. All right, we will get back to the trial in about 52 minutes. Hi, all. It's me again. I just want to hop on and say one more thing. This is obviously the victim, Jennifer Farber Dulos, who disappeared and has been pronounced dead. The court decided that after many, many years, but I do want to just take a moment to remember the victim. I think in any of these cases, that's really what draws us in. Obviously, all of the heinous crimes are interesting for some people, but it really is so relatable when you see all of these victims and hear their stories, and it's so heartbreaking. And in this particular case, I just wanted to point out that if you didn't know, Jennifer was a mother of 5 young kids. Those kids there are her children, and they were very, very young the day that she disappeared. And so I just want to take a moment to remember Jennifer and to think of all of her 5 children who now do not have a mother and do not have a father. That's beyond devastating. I can never even try to imagine that. It just breaks my heart to even think about that. So I did want to take a moment to just remember Jennifer and think of all of her 5 children. Again, for those of you just joining us, We are taking a break from the trial, but we are not going to end the stream. It's a lunch break. We will be back in 50 minutes. We will have some graphics. Feel free to stick around and continue to speak in the chat. Thank you so much. Hi, and welcome back from the lunch break, everyone. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm the COE, the chief of everything. If you don't know me, I am also Joel's wife. If you weren't here earlier, I just wanted to clarify, which quite frankly, I don't even know what Joel's plan is, but I believe he's taking an extended lunch break. So we are going to continue to keep this stream up. I'm not sure when or if Joel is going to hop back on, but he is taking a longer than normal lunch break since he's working on some shows for later tonight. We're going to have this on. It should be starting any minute. The feed just came up here, as you guys can all see. And this judge has been pretty prompt, so I'm sure that he'll be hopping on here shortly. We're going to keep it up. If there are any issues with audio, we will try to fix it as much as we can on our end. But unfortunately, in these court situations and in any of the media pool camera situations, the way it works is it's all based on site. The pool camera sets it all up, and then the court media team then broadcasts it out. So as much as we would like to fix little things here and there, sometimes we just don't have the control. So again, whatever we can try to fix on our end, we definitely will. Space Coast has bumped up the volume to try to help that, but there's only so much we can do. So if you are just joining us and the audio seems low for you, make sure you bump that up. Sorry, I'm also eating lunch. Make sure you bump that up. And again, if you're just joining us, please hit the like button. And sorry, I'm also reading the chat here. Oh, Space Coast says he's got it. Okay, yeah, then we should be good with the audio. He did bump it up a little bit more than before. And since Joel is not here, we don't have to worry about the audio mixing. And yeah, enjoy. We'll be around. We're still in the chat. And again, this should be starting any minute now. Thank you all. Hey, all, I'm just hopping on here again. If you're just joining us, trial should be resuming any minute now. If you missed the morning, things were just getting started. There were no opening statements. We're told that that's pretty standard for Connecticut. They have the right to waive an opening statement. And in this trial, they decided to do that. So they are already presenting evidence and going over different videos. We saw them showing us a video before the break of investigators and detectives walking through Jennifer Farber Dulos' home that she was renting. So we are probably going to hear more about the investigation, and we're going to be hearing from detectives. I will try to pull up the names of the people taking the stand. If I forget for some reason, please feel free to flag me. This is probably too much information for you guys, but I am also doing carpool pickup shortly. So if there is an issue and I am not available, this is a COE in case there was confusion. Please flag Space Coast, since he also has access to updating any information on the screen for you guys. Joel is taking a break right now, and by a break, I mean he's working and prepping for the next show for tonight. We also have a full show tonight. I'll let you guys listen in here. And again, thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
And Sergeant Romano is resuming the stand, and we can bring the jury out. Will counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Romano.
Good afternoon.
I think we left off before the break discussing, the state was asking you questions with respect to 54 wells. Do you recall those line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified before the break as well about obtaining video surveillance from that residence.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. How many camera angles did you, or how many cameras themselves did you obtain from that residence?
2.
Could you briefly, well, what were their names?
It was camera 3 and camera 7.
What area did camera 3 cover?
That covered the garage area looking south from the house.
Did it encompass any area of the road?
Yes, it did. It picked up a partial section of Wells Lane.
And camera 7?
Camera 7 was mounted on the front of the house, and that picked up Wells Lane as it passed in front of the residence.
The road that both camera 3 and camera 7 picked up, was that the same road?
Yes.
Okay, and is that Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor, counsel.
Yep.
Okay, at this point, Your Honor, the state is going to play states 3. So I'm going to ask you to direct your attention
And
to
stage
this.
3 has been admitted as a full exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, sir, on 54 wells for camera 3, about how many hours did the New Canaan Police Department or yourself download for that time or that camera?
We downloaded approximately 24 hours worth of video, one whole day.
Okay. And with respect to camera 7?
The same amount.
What was there anything of evidentiary value on those 24 hours?
There was.
About what time period?
The first item that we noticed was at approximately 7:58 hours, 7:58 a.m.
If I can, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. Upon the state's 3, I'm going to, for the record, Your Honor, play what is titled Cam 3 75800-75930. Just going to stop it real quick. Sir, if you wouldn't mind just explaining what is depicted on that screen.
So this is the driveway in front of the garage at 54 Wells Lane. It's looking effectively south, and what you'll see in the top right of the screen is actually Wells Lane as it travels past the residence.
If you wouldn't mind, please, if you can stand up and approach and just point out that area on that screen.
Sure. So this being the driveway area, at the very top is where Wells Lane passes that residence.
Okay. And with respect to the numbers on the upper left hand, what is that?
That is the date and timestamp from the actual DVR unit or the unit, the system itself that puts on the video.
Was that timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
And you could have a seat, sorry. I'm going to hit play. Sir, I'm going to, well, let me ask you this. Does that vehicle that passes appear on another screen?
It does. It also shows on camera 7 during the same time frame.
State's going to play states 3 cam 7 underscore 758 75830. And same questions, I paused it right at the beginning. If you can, sir, just explain what we're looking at right here.
So this is the front of the residence at 54 Wells Lane, the driveway, and then in the background is Wells Lane as it passes in front of the residence.
And the numbers on the top, please.
That is the date and time that the video was recorded.
I'm going to hit play. Actually, if I can, I am going to pause it and bring it. And I pause it at this clip. It states 19 seconds. So did you watch this video on May 20th? Would it be the 24th or the 25th?
It was probably the 25th and beyond.
Okay. How did you identify this as the vehicle?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is characterization. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Well, in this court's view, the exhibit does not speak for itself. There's more than one black Chevy Suburban. The testimony elicited has to do with how this officer determined which black Chevy Suburban it was. Overruled.
If you can answer, sir, please.
So we had previously located Jennifer Dulos' vehicle, so we knew exactly what it looked like. And as we reviewed the video, when we found this, it matched up with a vehicle that we had previously impounded. Therefore, we knew it was her vehicle leaving her residence.
Now, is this the same vehicle? I'm sorry. Is this the same vehicle that you had spent the preceding night standing by?
Yes, it is.
And is there anything distinctive about that vehicle?
The wheels matched up on it, and there are also stickers on both rear quarter panels, passenger and driver side. Those decals matched up with the ones that were on her vehicle that we had impounded.
And is that what drew your attention to this, I guess, segment?
Yes, that it had exited from the same vicinity that you could see in camera 3 was the same vicinity her driveway exited to Wells Lane. In addition, looking at the wheels and the sticker that's on the rear corner there, it matched up with the vehicle that we had impounded.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you see that vehicle on those cameras again?
Yes, we did. At approximately 8:05 a.m., it came back the opposite direction.
I'm going to play states 3 cam 7 underscore 805 -80540. Sir, if you can just direct your attention to the screen behind you again, please. And again, I'm going to pause it briefly. What does this depict?
This is again camera 7, which is depicting the front of 54 Wells Lane and Wells Lane itself as it travels past the residence.
And the timestamp?
The date and the time, which again is 8:05 hours.
And just to be clear, is this the same camera that we just saw on the other camera 7 clip?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I can, I'm actually going to pause it and bring it back. And the same question, sir. How did you identify this clip as its evidentiary value?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the vehicle, again, matched the vehicle that we had previously impounded. The wheels matched up exactly, and so did the sticker that can be just seen on the left rear quarter there.
Can you see that sticker on the screen at this point? I believe I stopped it or paused it at 24 seconds on the clip.
Yes, I can.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, could you please get up and point to it?
If you look at the rear of the vehicle, right down in this corner, there's a white sticker that's there just behind the gas fill cap.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry if I can, states 3 cam 3 underscore 805-806. Sir, please take a look behind you. And I'm just going to stop it at 45 seconds. Sir, is that the same time, or is the timestamp the same?
Yes, it is.
And is this the camera 3? I believe, is that the same camera that we saw previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, after 8:05 that morning, did you continue to watch these cameras?
Yes, we did.
And do you see that vehicle appear at another time?
Yes, I did. At approximately 10:25 a.m.
Is that depicted on camera 3 or camera 7?
Should be depicted on both.
Okay, if I can, states 3 cam 3 underscore 1025 to 102530. And I'm just going to pause it briefly, sir. Again, the numbers on the top upper left-hand corner.
That is the date and time the video was recorded.
And the timestamp, please.
10:25 and 6 seconds.
Thank you. I'm actually going to stop that and play cams. States 3 cam 7 underscore 1025 to 102530. And the same question, sir, is this the same camera 7 that we have seen previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the timestamp?
That is the same at 10:25 and 2 seconds.
Thank you. And I'll stop it at 20 seconds, Your Honor. Sir, how did you know that that was of evidentiary value to you?
We were looking for anything depicting vehicle movement, of Jennifer's vehicle moving, and the fact that that was leaving the residence again was of interest to us.
Do you see that vehicle appear on those cameras again?
We did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Sherman. I represent Michelle Troconis. I just have a few questions. You're watching, how many hours of video did you watch yourself from the neighbor?
In total, it was 48 hours, 24 hours from each camera 3 and camera 7.
And did you see, starting when?
Starting at midnight on the 24th of May.
Did you see any other vehicles coming and going that other than the Suburban that we just watched?
Yes.
Did you capture any of those pictures as being of any evidentiary value?
We did not. Initially, we noted them, but as the investigation went forward, they were determined to be neighbors' vehicles or visiting vehicles that had nothing to do with the case itself.
And you mentioned that there was something about the hubcaps on this particular, the wheel covers on this particular Suburban that were unique or stood out. Can you tell us what that was? I'm just curious.
They weren't unique, but they matched up with the vehicle that we had already impounded.
Do you know how many different styles of hubcaps or wheel covers there are for Chevy Suburbans?
Not offhand, I do not.
So it was the sticker that you're referring to that we see in the back panel on some of the video clips, right?
That was a piece of it, yes.
Without that, it would be like any other Chevy Suburban from around that year, right?
It's feasible, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state will call Kelly Coughlin. Let me just switch the clerk while I.
Madam Clerk.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kelly Coughlin, Kelly. Coughlin is Coughlin.
You may be seated.
And your affiliation?
Police officer, Town of New Canaan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Coughlin. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am good. You work for the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes,
What is your current rank?
officer,
Okay. How long have you worked for New Canaan PD?
8 years.
Okay. Do you work in a particular division or department of New Canaan?
I'm a patrol officer.
Okay. Do you have a specific assignment?
No, just general patrol.
Okay. With respect to being a New Canaan police officer, patrol officer, if you will, do you have a specific training and experience as part of that?
Yes,
Can you briefly describe some of your training as a New Canaan police officer?
I received 6 months of training at the Connecticut State Police Academy prior to working in New Canaan. Then we go through a field training program for approximately 10 weeks before being a certified officer on our own in patrol.
And with respect to, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes,
In what way?
I'm the school liaison officer there.
And what does that mean?
School liaison officer is a police officer with our department who is a form of communication or a line of communication with the administration at the school and somebody who visits with staff and students regularly.
With respect to, how long have you been a liaison officer with New Canaan Country Day School?
Since 2018.
What exactly is New Canaan Country Day School?
It's a private school in New Canaan that has students from pre-K through 9th grade.
How big is it?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Is it one building or more than one?
It's a campus with multiple buildings.
Okay. If I can, Your Honor, states 5, I believe there's no objection. If that's correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
States 5 admitted as a full exhibit.
Officer Coughlin, I'm going to draw your attention to the TV screen behind you if I can. By the way, are you familiar with the area around New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And there's only one photograph on states 5, Your Honor, just for the record. I'm going to show that here. Officer Coughlin, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
What is it?
The campus of New Canaan Country School and the surrounding area.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may I ask her to step up to the screen? Would you mind, please? Thank you. With respect to New Canaan Country School, could you identify it on screen, please?
Yes, here.
Okay. Is it that area, or how many buildings does it encompass?
It encompasses the buildings up here, the fields to the side, and the buildings here up until Frogtown Road.
So what is the road on? I guess it is kind of going from top to bottom. I don't know if that's north or south. Perhaps you can describe that for me.
This road here runs north and south through New Canaan. It's called Ponus Ridge Road.
And the road that kind of goes across the middle but up the side, what is that?
This road goes east to west. It's Frogtown Road.
Is Wells Lane depicted on that photograph as well?
Yes.
And could you please point that out as well?
Wells Lane runs here.
Okay. And particularly, do you know where 69 Wells Lane is?
Yes.
Could you please point that out? And for the record, point to the middle, center, right, I guess. Thank you. Now, are you at some point, you can have a seat, ma'am, thank you. At some point I'm going to draw your attention to May 2019. At some point, did you review video surveillance from New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your assignment with respect to that?
I was reviewing multiple sets of videos that came into the police department in reference to the investigation from different houses, schools, different locations.
Okay. When you say investigation, what are we talking about?
The missing person investigation for Jennifer Dulos.
So was New Canaan Country Day School one of the videos that you were reviewing?
Yes.
During that time period? Okay. And was there, did you find anything of evidentiary value on that video?
Yes.
What did you find?
Jennifer's vehicle was on the New Canaan Country School campus on the morning that she was last seen of May 24th, 2019.
Do you recall what time?
8:03 a.m.
And with respect to is that depicted on a camera footage, by the way?
Yes.
Where is that? Well, let me just, why don't I show you? I may have a moment, Your Honor, just. State 6, I believe there's no objection to it being a full exhibit, Your Honor. Is that correct? The video, the clips.
No objection.
Thank you.
Stage 6 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
I'm going to stop it there, playing state 6. If you could just take a look behind you, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. Going to hit play. Officer Coughlin, was that the video that you identified? Or
Yes.
A clip of the video that you identified?
Yes.
Okay, if I can have 1 second, and I'm going to pause it and ask you a question. Officer Coughlin, if you can go up to the screen again, and I know it's small, but in the upper left-hand corner, I can't scroll in, there is some writing on the top. Can you see that?
Upper left-hand corner?
Yes. What is that writing?
2019-0524, referring to the date of May 24th, 2019, 8:03 and 44 seconds AM. MS North JD video.
With respect to the 8:03 time period, or I apologize, I'll strike that. With respect to the 8:03, what did that mean?
8:03 was the time that this camera captured the vehicle passing through Country School campus.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Officer Coughlin, had you let me ask you a question. On May 24th of 2019, did you respond at all to Lapham Road that night?
No.
Did you review or see in person the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road?
No.
Okay, so when you reviewed this footage, how did you identify that vehicle?
I viewed photographs of that vehicle, which were taken when it was recovered on Lapham Road and later processed.
And did you utilize those photographs in your review of the video surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, actually, if I may have 1 moment, I just have to change it out. And I have a few more questions. I'm going to put back in states 5. And draw your attention back to the screen behind you, if I can. Okay. Just to close it up here, that video screen that we saw in states, I guess, 6, where was that? If you could, is the camera that video came from depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please stand up and point to where that video or that angle it was? Here. Okay. What is that white building?
That's the middle school on the campus of New Canaan Country School.
Okay. And is that a one-way, or if you can just describe it, please?
The way in which Jennifer's vehicle was seen traveling out is a one-way exit out of the main portion of campus and goes towards Ponus Ridge Road.
What time does New Canaan Country Day School start in the morning?
Typically there's different start times based on grade level, but typically between 8:15 and 8:30.
Okay. Is there a time for drop-off, or that the school is open for drop-off of the children that go there?
Typically between 7:45 and 8:30.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. Now, with respect to when you found or saw this vehicle on the video, did you share that information with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you share that with?
The other officers in the detective bureau who were working on the case.
Okay. And who were they?
There were numerous members from the New Canaan Police Department and the Connecticut State Police.
Okay. I may just have one moment. No, I have nothing further. Thank you, Officer Coughlin.
Thank you. Cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Was this particular camera that you just showed us the video from a continuous running, or was it motion activated?
Continuous running.
And how long a period of time did you watch?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was a short period of time.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. You may step.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, the state, oh, if I may, I'm sorry, Officer Coughlin, you don't have to move, but just for the record, Officer Coughlin will be recalled. She's still under subpoena. The state intends to recall her for other parts of the trial and testify about other things. I did inform counsel of that as well. So
Great,
she's still under subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe Corey Clabby will be coming next, Your Honor. Let me just approach the floor. Yeah. Okay. There you go. I have one more.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
First name's Corey, C-O-R-E-Y. Last name is Clabby, C-L-A, B as in boy, B as in boy, Y.
Thank you, and your affiliation?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad, Western District.
Thank you.
Detective, you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Detective Clabby, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good. You work for the Connecticut State Police?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been with the Connecticut State Police?
Since May 7th of 2010.
And do you work for a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Presently with the Western District Major Crime Squad out of Troop G in Bridgeport.
If you could walk me through a little bit, you said Western District Major Crimes.
Correct.
Well, how many districts are there?
So the state's broken up into 3 districts. There's Western, Central, and Eastern District.
And with respect to Western District Major Crimes, what, I guess, troops would it be that does it cover?
Each district has several troops within, and within each troop, there's a group of major crime detectives who work out of that troop.
With Western District Major Crimes, what towns do those troops cover?
Well, it would depend on the troop coverage area. So for Troop G, we cover a massive area, mostly like Fairfield, New Haven County. So we either cover those towns directly, or we cover like the state facilities, highways, so on and so forth. So it depends. If there's a local PD, so for example, in this case, New Canaan, they may utilize us for assistance and we'll come out to assist them. But other than that, we just cover mostly like state facilities or jurisdictions.
Where is Western District Major Crimes headquarters?
It's in Litchfield.
Okay, if you cover Bridgeport, Fairfield down to New Haven, how do you get up to Litchfield as the headquarters?
Basically, you would take Route 8, Route 25, and just keep going up to Litchfield.
That was a very bad question. I guess my question is really, how is your headquarters in Litchfield if you encompass a town area that is down at the,
Okay, so basically there's a command structure throughout the agency. So in Western District, the headquarters, the command staff is located out of Litchfield. Though the detectives themselves, we branch out to the local like troops. For me, Troop G, we have detectives Troop A, Troop B, and Troop L.
Okay. And Troop A, B, L, and G would encompass Western District?
Correct.
Okay. When it gets to, and you're a detective?
Correct.
Is there also a crime scene unit?
Yeah, so within each major crime squad, and there's 3 throughout each per district, there is a crime van, and they basically handle like scene evidence, video, photography of the scene, handling the evidence, maintaining the evidence, seizing the evidence, and so on.
And the van would fall under Western District Major Crimes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you in relation to Western District Major Crimes? If you could just explain the structure a little bit.
So at the time of this incident, and still presently, I'm assigned to Troop G. So my office that I report to is in Bridgeport at Troop G.
Is that in the crime scene van area, or is that an
The
investigation?
van is located in Litchfield, where the headquarters is for the district, and they would respond from there. And it's kind of where they get their orders from.
What are the other districts, I guess, that cover Connecticut?
So the other districts would be Central District, which is basically the middle of the state. If you look at a map, top to bottom, and then out east would be Eastern District, and they'd be on the other side of the state. So
And if, by the way, if I use the terminology van, what do I mean by that? Just
So it's the crime van. So it's basically each district has a van. Within that van is equipment, and there's people that are assigned to that. There's several detectives, and their job, and a sergeant, is they operate within that van. Everything they do to process the crime scene is located within that van.
How many vans and crime scene units are there in each district? I guess Western District, Central District, and Eastern District.
There's one van per district.
Okay, so there's only 3 essentially vans that cover the state police.
Correct.
For major crimes. Okay.
Correct.
In May of 2019, where were you?
I was where I am now, working in Troop G.
And did you happen to respond? Actually, before I go to that, can you just briefly explain to the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a state trooper?
Okay, so we go to a state police academy, which is in Meriden. It's a 7-month academy. It's kind of fast and furious, physical. There's a lot of academics. There's a lot of training on investigations, equipment you utilize, basically everything you utilize. Crime investigation, motor vehicle investigation, tactics to kind of like de-escalate situations, basically everything you need to know to do the job.
And how did you get to a detective with major crimes?
So that's a tested position that you have to apply for, interview for. You have to supply work that you've done, case work, whether it be search warrants, arrest warrants, and you go through an interview process, and it's a rank system. And if you rank and do well, and there's a position for you, you get the offer, you accept. So
In May of 2024, specifically, so I'm going to draw your attention to May 24th, 2019. Did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells that day?
yes.
In what capacity?
So Sergeant Bisson was patrolling the van on that night. He called me and informed me that they were going to be going out to a scene in New Canaan at 69 Wells for the report of a missing person. It was believed to be a large residence, and he wanted some extra help to handle the scene. At the time, I was considered an alternate on the van, so if they needed manpower, I would go with them and assist them in processing the scenes. So he asked for me to go, and I said yes.
As a, I guess, alternate on the van, do you have to have any specific training or anything to have that position?
It's the same training you have, you're taught by the people you work with, and
And would you only be an alternate, I guess, if you were in that Western District major crime
Correct.
squad? Okay. With respect to 69 Wells, who was your sergeant that day?
Sergeant Bisson was in charge of the van that day.
Okay. And normally, who is your sergeant?
Sergeant Ken Ventresca,
And that is out of the Troop G office?
out of the Troop G office.
And that is, well, I'll withdraw that. When you arrived, did you have a specific assignment?
When I arrived, I was assigned by Sergeant Bisson to do the scene video.
What is a scene video?
So when we begin to process a scene, the first thing that happens every time is that we will go in and video the scene as is. So you can basically see a look of like what we walked into, what we saw, where things were, if things were disturbed, if they were not, if there was evidence somewhere. It's basically the general surroundings. So you're going to see it the first time as we saw it when we arrived.
Is there a certain process or procedure that occurs when you go to assist in, or you are processing a scene or a residence?
Normally it is, we're going to do so, like in this case, is based on a search warrant. We'll wait for that approval once we know it's official and we receive, instructions from the supervisor on scene. We start, video starts, photographs follow, and then there's just a system that goes. We identify evidence, someone handles the evidence, someone does a sketch of the scene, they do a map of the scene, we do video, we do photographs, then there's collection of the evidence.
Let me ask you this, sir. If you're naming a lot of assignments, did everybody get a specific assignment, or was everybody a piece of everything?
Everyone gets a certain assignment at the time, and then obviously as you complete yours, you then assist somebody else with theirs if needed. So you're not just standing there with your hands in your pockets.
Okay. And your assignment that night was?
Was video.
Okay. And was there somebody there to take photographs?
Yes, there was other detectives that took photographs.
And you also mentioned collection of evidence. Who was assigned to that?
Officially, I don't recall. It might have been Detective Riley, if memory serves.
Okay. But you didn't have any role in that?
No.
If I may have, what time did you took the video that night?
Correct.
What time did you start?
So the video commenced at 4:21 in the morning on the 25th.
And when did it finish?
It finished on the 25th at 5:31 p.m.
Did you have anybody assist you?
For the video, no, it was mostly me. Unless maybe if I needed some extra lighting, someone would hold a flashlight for me. But as I recall, it's pretty much just myself.
Was anybody inside the house when you conducted the video?
No. So as I would progress forward through the house, people doing photographs would follow. But prior to me, no one was through the house, to my knowledge.
Okay. Is there a initial walkthrough?
Normally there is with the case officer and perhaps the scene supervisor, but I was not present for that.
Okay. Your Honor, the state's intention is to play state 7. I believe there's no objection.
That's correct.
For the record, Your Honor, it is approximately, I believe you said, how long is it, sir?
Well, it's probably about an hour or more.
Yes, Your Honor.
State 7 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. At this point, Your Honor, it is the state's intention to play the entire video.
But what we will do, counsel, is we'll play the video until 3:15. Take our afternoon recess and then resume.
Thank you. If I may just have one moment. I may just have a moment, Your Honor. It looks like my computer decided to stop. Okay. A couple questions before we start, sir. Do you document the entire residence in it by itself?
Yeah, so you'll normally start from the outside, do a full video from the outside, and then we'll start and try to systematically go through room by room, depending on the layout of the structure. In this case, it was a large one, so it was kind of difficult to seamlessly go through it. And then we'll end with a final picture of the exterior when we're done.
With respect to the entire residence, do you document a certain area if you find anything of evidentiary value in it, or what do you do?
Clearly, if we see something that we believe is of concern for the investigation or evidence, then we'll obviously try to focus on that and show that so the people that may see it in the future can have an understanding of what we saw and what things look like, prior to our collection and scene processing.
Was there a particular area of the house that you focused on?
The garage was of importance.
Okay. And when, in relation to watching the hour-long video, where is the garage in the video?
It's probably towards the end.
Okay, why is that?
It was just, if I recall, I went through the front door and it kind of branched off and worked around and ended out coming through the garage.
All right, if I can, just one question before we start.
Hey, all, I just want to clarify that it's a 1 hour video, but they're only going to play it until 3:15. And then I believe the day will end. So we're only going to hear the video until 3:15. Once they wrap, I'll explain.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen right behind you. What is that?
So that's basically just a quick way that we show documentation of a case number, the location, and who's doing the film. So you'll see that in the beginning and you'll see that in the closing. And it usually will have the date and the start time at the top, and you'll notice in the end, you'll see the date and the end time at the top. So it's just a document, kind of like, this is what you're looking at, who did it and when.
And what is the date and start time there?
The date is May 25th, 2019 at 4:21 a.m. military time.
Okay.
Hi, all. This is the COE. I just want to clarify in case you're just joining us. They're showing this video. It's supposed to last about an hour. And they're showing us right now the interior of the home of Jennifer Farber Dulos. And this is the home that she was renting after she had initiated the divorce with her husband and they had moved out of the original home that they lived in together. So this is the home that Jennifer Farber Dulos was living in when she was last seen in May of 2019. This is also the same home that we saw video of earlier before the lunch break. This is just obviously a different version of that. Hi, all. Just want to hop on here again. Someone's asking about closed captioning. We'll try to do that for other days. Unfortunately, we can't do that while the live stream is going. We have to do that setting beforehand. Fortunately, right now, nothing is being said. We're just watching video. And I believe this video is going to last about an hour. I'm not sure whether or not they'll have any audio on it. Just wanted to explain that, though. And again, Jennifer Farber Dulos and her ex-husband, Fotis Dulos, did have a home that they owned together. This was the home that she was renting after they were separated. Hi, all. It's the COE here. I feel bad that we're just watching an hour of video with no audio. So I just want to fill some of you in that are just getting into the chat or just starting to watch here. We are watching this video that the court is showing. It's an hour long, and they're showing the interior of the house that Jennifer Farber Dulos was living in and renting when she went missing. If you're unfamiliar with this area, it is a beautiful, wealthy part of Connecticut. It is a very upper class community. Her 5 children were very young, but they went to one of the most premier private schools in the entire US. So she obviously does come from a very wealthy family. I believe some of her relatives were the founders and owners of Liz Claiborne. So she clearly can afford a home like this. And some of you are asking what the motives were. According to the courts, they're saying that with a nasty divorce, it could have been money, it could have been custody battles. But again, we are seeing the home that Jennifer Farber Dulos was renting and where she was last seen on May 24th, 2019, when she returned to her home after dropping her 5 kids off at school.
Attorney Manning, we can stop the video now and we can take our afternoon recess till 3:30.
All rise. Everybody stand. This honorable Superior Court is now in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Okay. Thanks.
Glad you can step down.
All right, guys, in case it's not obvious enough, just wanted to clarify there is now a 15-minute break. So the court is going to take a 15-minute break and they will pick back up at 3:30 Eastern, which is in 14 minutes. We're going to keep the stream up, obviously, so feel free to hang out, take a break, and we'll be back here in 14 minutes. Thank you. I know some people are still asking, so I just want to clarify. They're not done with court for the day. It's just a 15-minute recess. It's a quick break for everyone to use the restroom, have water, hydrate, do whatever you got to do. So it is just a very quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to continue to see that video. I think they played about 20, 25 minutes of the video, but they originally did say that it was going to be an hour-long video showing the interior of the home, or maybe the exterior as well. I also just wanted to put this up here again. This is the victim that we're talking about, Jennifer Farber Dulos. She was a mother of 5. You can see the kids there, very young children, adorable, 2 sets of twins, 5 children who now do not have a mother and do not have a father. Jennifer Farber Dulos was also very young. She was 50 years old. She had so much of her life left to live. And as we were all watching that footage, it really is so sad to see all of the beds, the clothing, the home. I mean, you could just see the space where they were living, and it's just incredibly tragic to know that the home was left like that. And now, obviously, all of their lives forever changed. So I'm just going to keep this photo up here throughout the break in case you want to take a look at it. Again, let's remember Jennifer Farber Dulos, and let's think of her 5 children who obviously have a very long road ahead of healing and trying to really grasp the reality of what happened to their lives and to their family. All right, we'll be back here at 3:30. We're about 11 minutes away. Hey everyone, it's the COE here. We're just 5 minutes away from the end of the break, and then the trial will resume. But I just wanted to share this photo with you. We are giving credit to the Associated Press for taking this and for sharing it. This is Michelle Troconis. It is the front view of her. Obviously, the courtroom cameras are showing everything from behind, but I just wanted to share this angle since a lot of us couldn't see her from the front. There you go. And one last final shout out. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who has given a membership today. We had a lot of people gifting memberships, and unfortunately, Joel and I decided to not put a lot of those up on the screen because we didn't want to block any of the testimony during trial. Not sure if you guys thought that was a good idea or think we should put them up anyway, but we decided to hold off. So if we didn't put yours up there, I apologize. You can blame it on me. We were trying to be more thoughtful and try to not block anyone. But I did want to say thank you to everyone. I'm not going to name everyone now. I did try to say thank you to all of you guys in the chat, but we really do appreciate all of your support, even those people that have never given a super chat. We don't care. We just want to say thank you to all of you guys for being here every single day. You guys show so much support and kindness and positivity and ask the best questions and have the best information about all of these cases. Someone earlier said thank you to Joel and I for all of our hard work, but really it's a group effort, even from you guys at STS Nation. So many of you guys email us and reach out and DM constantly with so much information and so many suggestions. So I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to all of you. This really is a special place because of each and every one of you, and we're very, very grateful. I know Joel is MIA right now, but I know he feels the same way. We talk about it all the time. All right, I'm going to hop off here. We're going to put the feed up and we'll get back to it. Thank you.
Please be seated.
No.
You can bring the jury in, please.
Actually, before the jury comes out, maybe this would be a good, there are a couple of small issues that housekeeping matters. If we could wait.
Well, we can take it up.
We'll take it up at the end. That's fine.
Stay up. I know.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we stopped prior to the break at 22:49. I'm going to hit play and resume the video.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's the COE here. I know some of you guys are just coming back after either lunch or the 15-minute afternoon recess. I just wanted to give you a heads up if you did not see this already. Before the 15-minute break, the state started playing this video. It is a 1-hour-long video. I assume we've probably seen half of it, if not more. But they are showing the interior of Jennifer Farber Dulos's rental home. This is the home that she was living in with her 5 young children. This is also the home that she was last seen going to on May 24th, 2019. She dropped her kids off at around 8 o'clock at school, and a surveillance video from one of her neighbors caught her going back home at 8:05 a.m. So I just wanted to inform you, this is the video we're watching. There's no audio, at least there hasn't been any audio on what we've seen so far. So we're just going to keep playing this. And I am eventually heading out to pick my kids up. But if you need anything, we have all of our mods in the chat. We also have Space Coast on standby. Joel will be live tonight at some point. I should know what time. I want to thank you all. All right. Enjoy. Hey, all, COE here. Just realized our next live show is at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So Joel will be live discussing the Rachel Morin case at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That's in 1 hour and 13 minutes. I didn't realize it was such a tight turnaround. So we are going to air this until court ends. Courtrooms usually close between 4:30 and 5. So I assume it'll wrap sometime around there, and then we'll start the live at 5. If for some reason this goes past 5 o'clock, then I assume Joel will probably end this and start the 5 p.m. stream on time. I use those words loosely, on time. All right, just wanted to inform you. I'm heading out to get my kids, but Space Coast is here. All of our mods are here. You're in good hands. And again, you are seeing video of the interior of Jennifer Farber Dulos's home that she was renting and living in when she disappeared in 2019. Thank you to everyone for spending the day with us. Do not forget, we do have another live show coming up in an hour and 12 minutes. Thanks so much.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe that Detective Clabby, did that conclude the video?
It does conclude the video.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor, for Detective Clabby.
Then Sean Ward.
Can we approach for a moment, Your Honor? Does the state intend to recall this witness?
I believe that Detective Clabby will be called later, Your Honor.
Well, then there's a housekeeping procedural matter that I would like to address. Maybe the jury can excuse for a moment.
Well, perhaps we can just, how long will it take?
About 48, about maybe 120 seconds.
We can do that as a sidebar. Require more than just a moment. So what we would ask the jurors to do is just please briefly turn to the jury deliberation room. Please do not discuss any of the evidence that you have seen today. Return shortly.
May I inquire, Your Honor, do you want Detective Clabby to step out as well?
Well, court does not know the nature of the house.
Yeah, I'm not going to request that he step out for this.
Okay, thank you.
No, can you hear this? Before the court reconvened after lunch, I had asked Attorney Manning whether or not the witness may be recalled. She has indicated that certain other witnesses may be recalled, but for matters that were indirectly or shall I say completely separate. Certain witnesses, such as the detectives that were involved, not just now, but throughout the investigation, I might have more lengthy cross-examination. And I said I would then, if you're going to recall, I'm not going to object, but I'm going to defer my cross-examination until then. The state indicated to me off the record they're going to object to that. So I think the matter needs to be resolved, and here's why. Several witnesses, including Detective Clabby, I may have some more extensive cross. I might even have things that might be impeachment type evidence. I shouldn't have to do that piecemeal, since confrontation and the right to cross-examine is a constitutional right. So in some cases, the court has ordered that if there's going to be a witness, and if I object, then the state has to put that witness on for everything that it wants to use, and then I only have to cross-examine once. If I'm not objecting to their doing it in piecemeal, where they're going to recall the witness 2-3 times maybe, I shouldn't have to do a cross and then wait and do another cross, maybe have to repeat the same kind of impeachment. It doesn't make sense. Plus, I submit that that's ineffective, and I think it wastes judicial resources as well. If I'm going to cross, if I want to come back to this in a week or two when the witness comes back, if there are matters I want to address, it may actually relate to something that happens later. I shouldn't have to say I'm going to do this and be limited to that and then have the witness come back, and then I can't go back to that. So I'm going to ask the court either that the witness has to testify to everything if I don't want to, or that the court will allow me to defer my cross-examination. They can move on to the next witness. And if I have information pertaining to this, it may relate to something that's going to happen later. I shouldn't be precluded because the state doesn't find that
Hey there, everyone. It's the COE. I think we're just refreshing our screen, so just bear with us. Wait, I'm live. Just bear with us for a minute as we get that back up. I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't. And again, we are working to get this back up. Just give us a minute here. I also wanted to let you guys know that I think Joel is going to be hopping on here for a few minutes just to touch base. We also have a 5 p.m. live show on Rachel Morin. We've done the case before. She is another mom of 5 who was murdered. Obviously, another very tragic story. So I do want to let you know that's going on today at 5 p.m. Eastern time. That is in 40 minutes. Again, we are trying to get that stream back up if we can. As many of you guys know, because you've been with us throughout the day, we were doing some extra processing to try to improve the audio. And with that, sometimes it drains the computer. So we may have had a little computer crash there. So just bear with us. I am going to bring on a very, very special person. There he is.
I'm back. Perfect timing. What's happening?
Oh, I just want to give you a heads up, Joel, because you missed that. We did. No, we're live right now.
Oh,
it's okay. We had the stream up and we were just adjusting some things. And so we're trying to pull it back up here in a minute, but court was just, I think, about to wrap up. The attorneys were speaking to the judge. The defense attorney was speaking to the judge right now. So we're going to try to pull that in right now. Joel has a show at 5 p.m. Joel, feel free to take the show.
And, right now is that I would defer my cross until the witness returns. Your Honor will recall that this witness was involved in some of the other aspects of this based on the suppression hearings that we had. And I would rather do the cross-examination at once rather than breaking it up. And, if I do it only once, if I've waived it, if the jury forgets as to what I'm talking about, again, that's on us, that's on the defense. But I shouldn't have to repeat or, for that matter, break up my cross-examination for the sake of the state's convenience, which is what it sounds to me like we're doing here. To be honest, Judge, I've never, ever been in a situation, and I've been practicing now for 42 years almost, that I could not defer. If it's the same witness, I'm the one, then if the jury forgets about the issue at that point, then I'm the one who loses that ability for the juror recall. But I shouldn't have to cross-examine on one point. The state brings the witness back in a month or in 2 weeks and have to cross-examine on that point. And then maybe they bring him back a third point. I'm limited to that. I believe that as a right to cross-examine, I should be able to do it once, if that's my choosing. That if I want to do it at once, and that's it, rather than break it.
So the practical question is this: if the jury hears direct testimony today, and 2 weeks later hears the cross, and there's an objection based on the fact that the state may claim, well, this cross is beyond the scope of the direct 2 weeks from now, then the court would have to rule, and the court may not remember what was within the scope this day, such that it would overrule the state's objection. So in other words, if we're going to talk to Detective Calabi 2 weeks from now about this video, but the state is not asking about this video 2 weeks from now, the claim can be objection beyond the scope. The court would have to try to remember what was within the scope on this date.
I will note, Your Honor, that one of the aspects of cross-examination tests memory. It tests bias, prejudice, etc., which is a fundamental right to cross-examination. I shouldn't have to do that more than once. I do it once. If I have to do it again, then that just, since the witness, unlike when we're dealing with sequestration, it's the same witness. And for that same witness, for me to have to reinvent the wheel each time I submit is, never mind that it's maybe it's less efficient, but it's, again, a fundamental right as opposed to just a matter of convenience. My alternative then is to object to the recall of this witness. I should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once.
Well, that's not a rule. You should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once. You can point to no authority for that. You wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there's multiple problems with this. The state has a right to present as our witnesses in our case as I see fit. By requiring us to indicate whether or not we're going to be recalling a witness for another particular issue, regardless if it's Detective Clabby or Officer Coughlin, as I indicated before, actually puts the state in a position of making a decision prematurely. It is hindering the state's ability to perhaps pivot later in our case. And again, the same concept of the idea that I don't have to disclose that. There's nothing to indicate I do. I do because I am informing the court as well as the defense counsel that the witness is still under subpoena and the state has an intention to recall that individual. I may change my mind as the case goes on. The idea that counsel would prevent or stop his cross-examination with respect to the subject that the witness has testified to puts the state in a position of being forced to recall somebody that we may not see that we have to. Counsel indicates cases, and yet I would like to see what cases or legal authority that he is actually citing. Now, with respect to the witness today, Detective Clabby's testimony is extremely limited to this video. Counsel should be, if he has an opportunity to cross within the scope of his examination, this clear code of evidence, and it should be contained within the scope of the direct examination. If and when Detective Clabby comes back to testify, any cross-examination should be contained within that scope of examination. That is the way it is done. Otherwise, it causes confusion for the jury, confusion for all involved, and a waste of time. So the state would object if he wishes to cross Detective Clabby, he should do so now.
Well, I'll note, Your Honor, I don't have no authority that allows the state to call a witness a second or a third time after a cross-examination. Maybe then they can clarify information that was exposed during cross-examination. So I would suggest they could point to any authority that allowed them to do that as a matter of right. I would be shocked. But the bottom line, Your Honor, is I'm not requiring them to call Detective Clabby back. The question is, if they don't call him, then I've waived my right to cross-examine him unless I ask that he remain under subpoena, and I'll call him in the defense case. So that's, I see the prosecutor arguing two different things. I'm not requiring them to call the witness back just because they're reserving that right. The question is, I'm reserving the right to only have to cross-examine the witness once unless I believe it needs clarification at that moment.
Thank you. The court cannot state that there is a right to only one cross-examination of one witness. Court's role is to conduct the proceeding in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. But efficiency cannot undercut order. It's easier to follow for the jury and for the court. Direct examination, cross, limited to the scope of the direct. So the request to essentially defer a cross-examination is not really a deferral at all. The cross-examination today is limited to the direct today. The cross-examination 2 weeks from now may implicate what is said today, so that cross-examination can be directed to those issues that are still relevant on that day. So the court is only going to allow
cross-examination limited to the scope of the direct?
I ask the court to note my strong exception to that ruling.
Thank you.
I just need a moment. And I will note while the jury is out that I'm going to ask that the witness, I'm going to ask some questions, but I'm going to ask that the witness remain under subpoena with the possibility that we would call the witness back in the defense case in order to ensure his availability.
If I may just be clear on one matter, Your Honor, the state has subpoenaed Detective Clabby with respect to the state's subpoena. The state, I do not want to be, and I've made this very clear multiple times, I am not going to be providing witnesses for the defense. He has the subpoena power. He can issue a subpoena today if he wishes, or the court can order clearly. But what I don't want to get into as the case goes on is because the state has issued a subpoena, defense counsel requesting the state provide that witness. I do not want to get into that. Just to keep things very clear and clean, if Your Honor wishes to extend that today in court, I understand that. I just really have concerns about the state's subpoena applying to the defense case.
This is an easy matter. The court is not going to order a witness to appear for the defense under a state subpoena. The request is denied. Bring the jury back in.
Here comes the jury. Got about 14 minutes left in the day before they are supposed to adjourn. There is Michelle
For the
Troconis.
record, Your Honor, I have one witness left for today. I am going to ask that she be released. She will come back tomorrow.
Thank you, because we are planning to dismiss it 4:45.
Thank you.
The counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, sir.
As I understand your testimony and was watching that video, sir, you started filming at, you said 4:30 in the morning?
It was 4:20 a.m., sir.
And at the end of the video, it looked like it was 5:31 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that wasn't a 13-hour video we just saw.
No, sir.
So you filmed a little bit, turned it off, and then filmed something else, turned it off again?
Correct.
So what were you doing in the hours in between each segment?
I was assisting Detective Loprior doing scene measurements, sketch maps, and then I assisted at the time Sergeant Davison with his efforts at the scene.
All right, so you mentioned two individuals. I just want to be clear. One was La Fiore.
Correct.
And he was at the time a trooper.
I'm not sure of his rank at the time, sir.
At some point, he became a detective, right?
Correct.
But wasn't he in transition about that time from being a trooper to maybe joining the major crime squad?
I would refer you to him. I'm not sure of his path through the state police.
Fair enough. And who was the other individual that was there?
At the time, his rank was Sergeant Davison.
Davidson?
Correct.
And I notice at one point when you're filming the side of the Range Rover, we see in a reflection a cameraman or a camera person. That's you, correct?
Correct.
And then you see two individuals walking behind you in that same reflection, correct?
Correct.
Was that one of those people, Trooper or Detective La Fiore?
I don't know who they were.
Well, what about Sergeant Davidson? Was one of those two people in the reflection Sergeant Davidson?
He was not on scene at that time.
So who were all the other people that were on scene while you are in various rooms filming?
That would be other members of the unit who were assigned to the van to process the scene.
So tell us how many people were in there at that time?
At the time, I would say at that one moment where you see the reflection, there's a total of 3 people.
And how about during the course of your filming from 4:30 or 4:21 a.m. till that time?
The majority of the time would be myself. The only time I would be with other individuals is if I requested another light. As you can see, I'm using another light to illuminate the room so you can visualize what I'm trying to record. And at times, either a battery would die and I would request another piece of equipment, or another individual who works within the unit who's on scene would assist in providing light.
Well, my question had been, who else was in there during the course of your filming? And I haven't really heard you tell me.
The exact individuals that were in there with me at that time, I don't recall exactly whom.
How many?
As I stated, 3, sir.
Total of 3 others for the whole day.
At that one time that you requested is a total of 3.
Now, I asked between 4:21 a.m. and the end of that film, how many other detectives were inside the home?
The exact number, I cannot tell you. I would refer you to the notes of whoever else did reports. There was a handful of us there doing certain things such as scene. 2 people will do photographs. A person will do video. A person will do sketch. We have a supervisor on the scene. And we have another person doing evidence.
So if I subtract you as the person doing the video, we're talking about at least 6 other people, at least, right?
Possible, yes.
Were you made aware before you started filming that there had been uniformed police officers that had walked through that house?
I was aware that there was a response to the scene that uniformed officers had indeed entered the house.
Were you aware that officers had actually moved some of the items and had picked up items to look at them? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you that, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Were there any New Canaan police officers or detectives on the scene while you were filming?
Any of them on the scene would have been down in the cul-de-sac.
So no one was in the house while you were filming?
Not when I was in the house, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that civilians, for want of a better term, had already been through that garage that day?
At the time of filming the video, I was not aware of if that was a possibility.
Were you aware that at least the babysitter had been in there?
At the time of filming, no.
Were you aware that at least one of the children had been in the house?
Objection. We could get a time frame.
Okay, that's fair enough. Between the time that the report of a missing person came in and the time of your filming, were you aware that at least one of the children had been in that house?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that at least one detective from the New Canaan police had already gone through that house?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that a cleaning person or a housekeeper had been in through the garage?
I would have.
Objection. We can get a time frame again.
Again, between the time of the report of the person being missing, withdrawn. I now realize why that objection is correct. Between the time that the last time that Jennifer Dulos was seen in her vehicle and the time of your beginning the video, you're aware that the housekeeper, cleaning person had been in that garage?
At the time of filming, I would have no way to have that information.
I have no further questions at this time.
Is there a redirect examination?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
As I indicated, Your Honor, I have another witness, but it's late in the day. If we could call that person tomorrow, they will be here bright and early.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to hear any more testimony today from any witnesses. What the court will ask you to do, because there will be a great deal of media coverage, you will discover. Court asks you to avoid all of that media coverage. Please do not talk to anyone about the case, not even each other. And we hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for this evening, you are dismissed.
Court over for the day. That is Judge Kevin A. Randolph, who sounds a lot like Morgan Freeman presiding. Trial resumes tomorrow at 10 a.m. Right before that, actually, I just tweeted out at Podcast STS. I just tweeted it out. There's new video of Courtney Clenny, who will be in a Miami courtroom tomorrow, the so-called OnlyFans murder. New video of her attacking her boyfriend, who she ended up being accused of murdering, and why she is going to eventually stand trial. But there's new video of her attacking Christopher Obumseli that I just tweeted out at Podcast STS. I believe that video is from 2022. Again, Twitter at Podcast STS, and I'll try to put it up on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. But that is a wrap for today. We are going to take that live tomorrow. The OnlyFans murder. By the way, I didn't say it. They put it up. Pre-order for my book. You can scan the QR code. Thank you so much for the support there. I think it's 9:15 a.m. Tim Jansen is going to join. That is for the Miami case. It's a case hearing for Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans murder. It should only last about a half hour. Then we're going to pivot back over to this, hopefully just in time for the beginning at 10 a.m. For continuing coverage on the Michelle Troconis trial, trying to get justice here for Jennifer Farber Dulos. And then I will be back tomorrow, or I should say not tomorrow, today, in exactly 20 minutes for a really interesting show on Rachel Moore, the mother of 5 from Maryland, murdered on a hiking trail over 5 months ago. They've got DNA of the suspect, but they don't have an ID and they can't find him. And 3 STS best guests have actually kind of stepped in on their own volition to try to help and get justice. So join us back here in 19 minutes. Until then, love you, America. Love you, Connecticut. Love you, everyone, near and far and in between. Till next time, let me get that close up here. Boom.